What the hell? What the hell just happened? My stream just went offline. My stream just died. Not allowed. I called it first. Oh my god. Stream died. Refresh. Sad face. There we go. I don't know what happened there. That was stupid. My stream just randomly turned off. Anyways. Let me check if I have a sparkly one I need. Otherwise, I gotta do that first before continuing with the next step. Sorry, stream died there for a second. Satchel. I don't have that many sparkly ones. I got all types, but that's only level 1. Ground, fairy. That's it. That's all I got. Okay, so I gotta first get a sparkly donut. Yippee! Yeah, stream's back. Sorry, I don't know why it turned off there. That was weird. I don't know if that was on my end or Twitch's end or what, but it like immediately came back, so it's fine. Okay. Make a donut. The most amount of pink possible. Give me grass or fighting, please. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ooh. I'm gonna need that psychic one when I do Latios or Latios, so let me back out. Let me actually fast travel again to save that one. I'm gonna need the psychic one for Latios or Latias, so that one I actually need. Okay. First try shiny, let's go. Okay. Oh, wrong ones. That was not okay. Hold on, brain, work for a second here. What were you doing? There we go. Let's do these ones. Get this loser Archie out of here. No! I'm not that mean. Gimme. Grass or fighting? Okay, that one has too much green. That one has too much green. It's giving me green shit. I don't want green shit. Stop that. Stop it. Did I just do it again? That's crazy. I'm just... It's my turn with the brain cell. My brain cell. I don't think I have one. I don't think I have one anymore. I think I lost it. Just need to not put my hand on the controller. Until after the title screen pops up. Because if I have my hand just resting on the controller, my brain hears the sound and then immediately presses the A button before I can think about it. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. So why did that one give me mostly green when it gives me 85 in pink? It has more pink. I'm confused. Is a wild emo? It's pretty normal. Come on. Come on. Frick you. Why is it giving me mostly green shit? Hello? Why are we doing this? You're giving me garbage. Why is it giving mostly green? Okay, all those sucked. I have way more points in pink and it's giving me mostly green things. What is happening? What the hell? Just unlucky, I guess. I'm dying. Dude, I actually hate my life. Why am I like this? They need to like put a giant stop sign on the goddamn title screen to be like, hey, stop, idiot. Stop it. If you press that A button, we're shooting off your thumb with a gun. My goodness gracious. Golly gee moly. Ba ba ba. Ba da 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 da. What the helly? Yep. Okay. Why is it doing this to me, man? Why do you hate me? What the fuck? I don't need fairy, man. Frick you. Why is it's still giving mostly green ones? Okay. I don't get it. I don't get how the donuts work. The number for the green is way lower. What the frick? What the hell? Am I gonna be able to like mentally do this one singular time without fucking it up? Like, I'm actually like mad at myself so much right now. This is adding like actual minutes to how long this is supposed to take. Because every time I have to add like another extra like 2 to 3 minutes for me to do this shit. because I'm so dumb. My goodness. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. What if I do 2 here and then sure. Then I can only make 2 at a time, so I'd have to reload more often, but I feel like it'd give me less screen things then if I do this. Dark? Screw you. I don't need dark. Screw you. Yeah, any fighting ones would be ideal, because I could use that for VIRIZION, Terrakion, and Cobalion. But I don't know. But I don't know. I'm gonna run out of pink berries. That's what's gonna happen. You got this? Yeah, it's just a matter of patience. It's just a matter of dedicating time and getting lucky. That's all it really is. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do this again. Because that didn't give me as many green things last time. It means I have to reload more, but I feel like the odds of me getting the thing. Is there a donut guide? You just want to have at least 420 points in pink. Because if you have 420 points in the pink stat suite, I think, then that allows you to get Sparkling Power 3. And you want Sparkling Power 3 plus the specific type you want. And if you don't get that, reload. Do it again. Fighting 3! That's perfect. That's perfect. I got it. I got it. I needed grass or fighting. That's perfect. Alright. So like if I... So that's why I keep reloading, because like the stuff each stat gives you is like very random. The sour one can give you a bunch of different item drop things. It's like the orange stat can give you a bunch of different item drops, like it can increase your item drops for berries, pokeballs, and stuff like that. I usually try to go for berries or pokeballs because you need berries to make the donuts. So I usually try to get as many berries as possible. Or Pokeballs, because if you have the Pokeball level 3 and you use it in a 5-star area, that can give you like incredibly rare Pokeballs, like Beast Balls, Safari Balls, Sport Balls, and all the Apricorn Balls. And so that's why I have so many like of these is because of the Pokeball power that the donuts can have. So there's not necessarily like a guide, like it's not like the sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet where like if you make this one recipe, you always get the same result. You could use the same exact berries 100 different times and get like a dozen different things, and it won't give you the same thing every time. So that's why I keep having to reload, because it's like, okay, well, I have enough in the pink stat that I could get the sparkling power I need, but it's not guaranteed at all like the sandwiches were. Where like the sandwiches is like, all right, I'm always gonna get this if I make this type of sandwich. It's a lot more luck based with the donuts. It's very annoying. It's essentially the sandwiches, but now there's RNG because what you get from it is not guaranteed anymore. You have to keep reloading using the backup save because it auto saves when you make the donuts. So if you try to reload normally, you still have the same donut you had before. So you have to like, I'm gonna make another one. Wait, let me make sure I saved. I feel like I did, but let me make sure. Just by fast traveling. So you gotta reload the backup save, which you do by holding up on the D-pad, B button, X button. Then the backup save thing pops up on the main menu. Because if you just reload your autosave, you can't redo the donut. Okay, let's see if I can get another one. For, I don't know, anything else. Dragon one would be good for the other Latios or Latias. Another psychic one would be good. Another fighting one would be good. Rock, or what is the last one? Steel for Cobalion. Any of those would be good. And it gave me none of them. It gave me literally none of the ones I just listed. That's so sick. That's so awesome. Thank you, game. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I got a fighting donut. That's good enough because VIRIZION is grass fighting. So that is more than enough. We're gonna use the fighting one. Once... Oh wait, I reloaded wrong. My bad. I gotta finish the Austin John video anyways. Now that I have the donut I needed. Step 5, make your donut. I did that shit.
Which, that's what VIRIZION is. It's a grass and fighting, so I'm all set. Here's my location via special scan and grass level 3. Perfect, let's go. Our first step is to make our way over to what's going to be our save point. Oh, that's our guaranteed shiny. It got me excited. Oh, it's a Victreebel. That's cool.
Oh yeah, at level 3, you have a guaranteed shiny within the first 75 meters of the spawn of hyperspace. So that's what he means by guaranteed shiny. One of the Pokemon that's immediately within the first 75 meters when you spawn in will always be shiny. It doesn't include the legendaries though. The legendaries are further away than 75 meters anyways, but even if they were close enough, it wouldn't affect them. So you can't just be like, oh well, I have shiny level 3, so it's going to be guaranteed. It's always just going to be one of the normal shitty ones around you that's guaranteed. So, yeah.
Okay, and we found it. I'm right here going to save the game. That way I have a nice...
I'm going to use the same spot that he is.
So now all I have to do is go
so
to this
the sewer
cover
grate
and run down for 4 seconds and run up
and
for
that
4
tree.
seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing the same exact
low,
thing.
Like down to 500 or something, then I'm going to turn the game off, turn it back on, just from a regular save, and I should be good. Oh, by the way, something that I realized is that all of these Sock, Throw, whichever it is, all of these 5th gen Hitmonlees over here, they only
Then
have
you just do soft reset. Yeah, you just save right here, and then you just do normal reloads. You don't have to do the backup reloads now. So you just go until like your calorie count is like here, because if you wait until the last second, you're gonna run out of time. So you go until here, because what you're doing by running back and forth is spawning and despawning the VIRIZION over and over. You can't see it; it's like on the other side of this wall here, but that's what you're doing. You're despawning it and respawning it over and over. And if it spawns as a shiny, it will stay shiny. Even if you despawn it and then walk back, it'll stay shiny. So you walk back when like the bar is like here, so you still have time to go and check. And you go and check if it's shiny. If it is shiny, you drop another save, so that way you can keep trying to catch it over and over, and if you fail to catch it, you can just reload. But yeah, that's the reason you want to still have time left, so you have time to like walk and go check if it's shiny. If it's not shiny, then you reload, and then you just do the walking back and forth again until like your bar is almost empty. And yeah.
And fighting moves, and if I do knock them all out, then like a quarter of my calorie radical later, they all spawn back in. So I just have Mimikyu running around with me, and it's fairy and ghost, so it's immune to dragon and fighting. So most of the attacks are just going to be focused on Mimikyu. They don't even touch me, and I'm good. Because of that, encounter power, which makes Pokemon spawn back faster, would be a bad idea, as well as alpha power, because these only have a 1% chance, and after like a little over an hour, I've only had one alpha show up so far, so yeah, definitely don't want those if possible. And during this hunt, right now I'm putting together the Holiday Express Lego toy train. The one that comes with the little cool 3D printed piece. That's what I'm doing to pass the time. All done with the build. Be a little train set back there. Still doing this hunt though. Oh my god, this was like 14 hours.
Oh!
This got so bad.
I might be here for 4. I have to use the bathroom. Hi, hi. You're here forever? What the hell? What the fuck? Wrong screen.
That I was second guessing my hunting strategy.
Aye,
No,
aye,
I
aye.
was just very, very, very unlucky. But there we go. There's our shiny Virizion. Am I doing? That's right. I'm doing safari balls for these now. Oh, great. Just turn around and make it better for me. Thank you so much, Virizion. After you find Cobalion, it's actually very easy to do. Once you approach as close to the wall right about here, this is when the Pokemon spawns in, and it's sort of the edge of a circle that kind of builds out like this. If I count down past the 3rd rung of that staircase, and now I'm at the 4th rung, and I run all
Okay,
the
I
way
don't need to
the
worry
right.
about the other ones at this point. I do want to see... Oh god, the Terrakion one is really long. Oh no.
More time than 200 calories. You know what? We're sticking with Safari Balls. Oh, I had that backshot opportunity.
Yeah, he's using Safari Balls for them. I think I'll use a Safari Ball for Terrakion. Cobalion? What ball's he using?
I want it in a Safari Ball.
He's using a Safari Ball? That does not match. I was going to use a Quick Ball, but I think I might use a Beast Ball now that like Beast Balls are available. Especially because like the shiny is a darker blue than the Quick Ball is. If it was a normal one, I would use a Quick Ball, but because it's shiny, I think I'm going to use a Beast Ball. That's going to be really hard to catch it though, so maybe I will just use a Quick Ball. Because Beast Ball catch rate is I don't want to be here for 10 million years. I don't want to be here for like 100 real life years. But I think I want to use a sport ball for Virizion. Yeah. Just because I want to use the new balls. And Safari Ball, I feel like, matches Terrakion more than it does Virizion. So. Yeah. Anyways. Time to ruin my enjoyment of this game for the next 14 hours. Nah. Yeah, I know. Can't type. Neither can I. Neither can I. Ugh. All right. Gotta go stop in and see my wife. All right, Canary. Wish me luck. Goodbye. Ba 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 da ba. Time for hell. Time for actual hell. Where is it? Oh, right, it's a 4-star. Right, okay. I got concerned there for a second. I was like, did it not save? No, I made a 4-star one, because it was just taking less berries, and I don't need a 5-star one, technically. Virizion near you. Search it out and catch it. Alright. I'm gonna go down here. Set. Oh, I can't save because these fuckers. Save. And then before I even start running, I'm actually going to check right now if I got incredibly lucky and it's already shiny. Imagine. That'd be so awesome. That'd be so awesome. Game, do you want to be awesome real quick? Game, I think you want to be awesome. I think the game wants to be awesome. The game does not want to be awesome. Okay, let's reload and start running back and forth. Frick, the game did not want to be awesome. The game wanted to be lame and boring and stupid. I could also do what he did and put a Mimikyu on my team. Do Do I have a Mimikyu? I do. Let me make sure I level it up so it doesn't just get one shot. Why? Never mind. You can't level them up in hyperspace, I guess. Okay, put it out. Save again. There we go. And we just go. Hooray. Hooray. Compelling gameplay. Alexa, set a timer for 14 hours. Hooray! Yeah, I'll do this some on stream, but I'll definitely have to do some of this off stream too, while I'm like watching a show or something, because this is a little mindless. I did do this method of shiny hunting though a few times in the base game. The walking back and forth. It is still easier than a lot of the other Pokemon games, but it can get pretty tedious. Show for crashing out? What do you mean? No, it's not. Holy moly. I might have to put some music on or something. I'm already bored. He did this shit for 14 hours? That's crazy. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. What am I doing? Passes out? Literally, I'm gonna fall asleep. Oh good, one of them came back as an alpha. That's literally what he said the worst outcome is. Okay, I'm gonna go check it now. You probably ideally want more time than this. Hello? Nope. Okay. Nope. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Oh my goodness gracious. I hope I'm doing this right. My worst fear is that I'm doing this wrong. And I spend the next 20 hours of my life doing it incorrectly. And it's just physically impossible for it to spawn. That's my worst fear right now. At least you're very entertaining. I'm literally not. I'm just like sitting here. I'm literally not saying anything. Can't be entertaining if I'm not doing anything. You are? The lies are crazy. Super knowledgeable? If I was super knowledgeable, I wouldn't need to watch a YouTube video on how to shiny hunt it. I could just figure it out. About Pokemon. I'm definitely not about Pokemon. Definitely not. I haven't played most of the games. I've just shiny hunted a lot in this specific one. Could have fooled me. Nope. Nope. Okay, when they respawn is when I should go check. That's like a good indicator for me. Because then that gives me like the last like 25% of my time up there to catch it. Okay. Could have been my angel. My angel, been my angel, and been with me. Do I have water? I do. I'm awesome. Yum, 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 yum. I also have cookies because I'm fat and obese and big and chunky. I'm big and round. Psh, 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 psh. Just kidding. I was until this year underweight actually. Okay, goodbye Pokeball. Randomly touched my controller and threw it. My bad. Goodbye random Pokeball. It was nice knowing ya. Dude, that's why that guy keeps spawning as an alpha. I just realized my donut has alpha 2 on it. Shit. Yeah, he literally said you don't want alpha on it, but I don't care. It is what it is. Who cares? Who cares? You understand, and as you age, all that remains is Annabelle in Numberland. My Mimikyu is just hanging out. It's having a good time. Fricky, fricky, fricky. I hope I don't get as unlucky as him and it takes me 14 hours. I hope I get luckier. I hope I get super mega lucky. That'd be cool. That'd be awesome if like it just like, aw shit. If it just like gave it to me like now. If it like gave it to me right now, that'd be so funny. That'd be like so hilarious, game. You should like you should like totally do that. That'd be so funny. That'd be really funny. That'd be hilarious. Do it. Please. Please. Well, win some, you lose some. All are derailed and then you failed, oh, Annabelle in Numberland. Okay, once I get a chance to, so basically after this attempt, once I have to reload again, I'll like put on music or a video or something. So I'm not just sitting here running back and forth for like God knows how long. As you age, all that remains is Annabelle in Numberland. Youch. Proceeds to watch 7 movies. I can't watch movies on stream. So no. Just 700 YouTube videos. Before Shiny? No. Watches all of One Piece before Shiny. Oh god. That's tragic. I curse you to watching all of One Piece, including the filler episodes. Nope. Oh, fuck you. Can you just become shiny for like one second for like a day? Please? Anyways. nice. Let me see if I can find something to put on screen to watch. One whole day. That's what I'm saying. Like a whole day. All that you understand. Oh. Let's see. My YouTube recommended sucks right now. I could finish that video I started before from Super Eye Patch Wolf.
Fighting is something I care about.
I'm gonna restart it. Let's put it at the beginning. Put the volume here. And what I'm gonna do is just put the video up there. Just gonna put it right up there. Boop. I was only 3 minutes into it before. It's just an older video he has from a year ago about Jake Paul. Meow. Or should I do it the other way around with the game in the corner, since all I'm doing is running back and forth? Yeah, I'll do it the other way around. Because it's not like the game needs that much screen space. Fit to screen. Put this on top. Shrinky dinky. There we go. Alright. And then once I get in the game, I'll turn down the volume of its... so it's not overpowering the video.
Which a young Mike Tyson takes on Joe Cortez, an experienced boxer with 13 wins. But those wins won't matter. The bell rings and Tyson's opponent is immediately trapped in a maelstrom of fists. Tyson bashing the consciousness out of his opponent in a mere 8 seconds. A chilling prophecy in what was to become one of the most terrifying and dominant champions in combat sports. And particularly when you consider Tyson was just 15 years old when this footage was taken. This is Jake Paul when he was 15.
I could also just mute the video capture device.
Somehow, on the night of November 19th, 2024, these two people would meet as social media thing Jake Paul would face former world heavyweight champion Mike Tyson in a boxing match, with many salivating at the thought that Paul was about to receive his brutal penance for his sins against the world of
Would have been nice.
only for those same fans to watch in horror as over the course of 8 rounds, the once considered baddest man on the planet was picked apart by a person of whom major life milestones include being fired from the Disney Channel. But where things grew even stranger was the
Not the Disney Channel.
Slowed down footage revealed what looked like Tyson pulling his punches. Strange moments where you can see Paul drop his guard and chastise Tyson for hitting him too hard. And most damning of all, a script leaked days before the fight that read eerily close to the fight's outcome. For many, what was happening was obvious. This fight was fixed. Or maybe Mike Tyson is just really old and Jake Paul,
What?
It isn't?
What do you mean?
Okay.
He's young and spry.
That's the video. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I think what's happening here is that when people look at this fight, they know that something is wrong, but misunderstand what that thing actually is. And that misunderstanding has led to what I call the Jake Paul cycle. Jake Paul fights a legitimate fighter, beats them, people say it was fixed, but then those same people get excited about the prospect of Jake Paul's next opponent murdering him, only for Paul to win that fight. People say it was fixed, and on and on and on and on. It's a cycle that's repeated 9 times now, and one that's seen Paul defeat multiple mixed martial arts world champions as well as professional boxers. I do think there is a lot of people who can see what's happening here, but I think there's significantly more that can't, and those are the people I want to make this video for.
Glad I stumbled upon your stream. Hope you get the shiny soon. Me too. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jake Paul was doing.
Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Gonna glad. Oh my goodness, I'm so
because
dumb.
That's what social media is
Try
now.
not to block
Not about which
their videos
platform you
much.
like the best, but which makes you want to
You're fine.
die the least.
Thank you.
See, fighting is something I care about
Just shrink it
a lot.
a little bit more.
I fight multiple times a week and have done for many years, and while I'm not particularly good at it, I love it. And so when I see a public spectacle that is
have a good night or day or whatever it is for you.
Designed to communicate a false narrative, not only about Jake Paul's abilities
I'm only going to be
as a
doing this for a couple more
fighter,
hours.
but the very nature of what fighting is.
Ugh, that sounds insane to say out loud, but yeah.
And particularly in light of Paul's recent
then I'll continue shiny
3-part
hunting
documentary
either tomorrow
Countdown.
or
Although
off stream.
calling this a documentary is like calling an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog 4 years in veterinary college. It's starting by asking why athletes like Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight before coming to the conclusion that Paul is just built different. And I think that's a bunch of bollocks. An illusion I shall dismantle in this video. And Jake, if you see this and have a problem with it, I'm laying it down right now. I would fucking kill you.
What?
Capcom vs SNK2 for the PlayStation 2 because the GameCube version has the easy operation controls, which ruins the character mods. You might think me decimating Jake Paul at a quarter of a century old fighting game is an ineffective way to delegitimize him as a fighter, but as we shall see, obliterating someone in an area they are not equipped to compete in is a central part of the dog and pony show that is Jake Paul's fighting career. Paul has dubbed himself the future of boxing and inevitable world champion, comparing himself to the likes of Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, but claiming he will never receive the credit he deserves because people hate him, which begs the entire question the Jake Paul cycle hinges upon. Is Jake Paul a good boxer?
No.
Well, the distortion of that answer began on the night
no, he's
of
not.
April 17th, 2021. After emerging victorious in a series of fights where he knocked out a YouTuber, and a basketball player, a mild Twitter beef led to Paul facing his first legitimate opponent, Ben Askren. In terms of raw toughness, you only need to look at a photo of Ben Askren to know what he is. Ears like this do not result from a gentle life. This is a man who once finished a season with 87 straight wins and 0 losses. A fighter who would go on to become the welterweight champion of both Bellator and won championships, before being traded to the UFC, where he would compete with the best in the world. But even more so than being a formidable fighter, what made Askren the perfect opponent for Paul was that he was likable. There's a humility to Askren that makes him endearing, as was first seen when, after suffering a heartbreaking elimination from the 2008 Olympics, Askren was asked if fighting under a different rule set hampered his chances at victory. And he just responded, "I wasn't good enough. I sucked," before walking away in silence. That's who Askren was, never trying to put on a front or persona, but just genuinely himself, even to the detriment of his career, later dedicating his time to coaching children in grappling. It's that earnestness that added to the narrative of this fight. The lifelong humble martial artist versus an arrogant influencer who is better known for faking marriages than fighting. And you could see that dynamic play out in these interviews.
Hey, it's your dad calling in.
Your stuff that's made it successful.
It's your dad calling in. Look.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive, bro. I'm about to take him out. Hey, he's still alive. Don't worry, I'm gonna finish him off. That's my guy Masvidal, maker of Ben Askren. Jake Paul will be the finisher of Ben Askren.
The difference between Paul and Askren was never more clear than in their entrances. Paul emerging through smoke, accompanied by a giant dancing robot, and
What the
Askren
fuck?
with a single cardboard sign that just read, "This is Ben." As they stared at each other from across the ring, many were gleeful at the prospect of watching Paul's destruction at the hands of Askren. But what happened was very different.
Unfortunately.
Ben Askren was KO'd in the first round. So, what happened here? Well, remember when I mentioned that 87 match undefeated win streak from Askren? What I failed to mention is that those matches were all in wrestling. Wrestling is the art of grappling and pinning your opponent, and a foundational part of any mixed martial artist's arsenal. Wrestling is, in MMA, the great neutralizer, both a means to smother the punches and kicks of strikers, while also keeping you from drowning against the ground-based submissions of jiu-jitsu. And Askren is one of the most accomplished and dangerous wrestlers on the planet. However, asking Ben Askren to compete in a boxing match is like using a time machine to ask Leonardo da Vinci to write you some Gojo X Gato fan fiction. The result
You should
would
do
be
that.
interesting.
No, but like he should have done
And
that.
that's what this fight was. Askren, broken down from a career of cage fights and recovering from hip surgery, looked far from fighting shape and was dominated by Paul for the entire 1 minute and 59 seconds that this fight lasted. Immediately in its aftermath, you started to hear the murmurs of a rigged fight, many claiming if Jake Paul faced a real legitimate striker and not a grappler, he'd be destroyed. And Paul's team, smelling opportunity, lined up his next fight, Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley is a UFC legend, holding the welterweight title for nearly 3 years and beloved by MMA fans for his conscious, obliterating knockouts. Woodley was someone with real, proven destructive power in his fists, and while Askren was likable, Woodley felt cold and dangerous, an assassin who was going to slit the throat of Paul's fighting career. At least, that's how it seems. However, dive a little deeper into Woodley and we start to notice some unusual patterns. Like Askren, Woodley's background actually wasn't striking, but
Sorry, I'm messing with my
wrestling.
nails
And
right
while he
now.
developed
They're
explosive knockout power
bothering
later
me.
in his
They're
career,
like really long.
he had no actual background in boxing. And what's more, those devastating KOs, they came between the years of 2010 and 2016. The fight with Jake Paul taking place in 2021. And in the 5 years since his glory days, Woodley had suffered a massive decline, ending his UFC career on a 4-fight losing streak and being mauled by practically every opponent in the process. And so now, pushing 40, this is the Woodley Paul would face. And while the initial bout was more competitive than the Askren fight, Paul winning by decision, in a rematch, Woodley was brutally banished to the land of wind and ghosts by an overhead right. This is where the Jake Paul cycle really kicked into effect, and particularly when fans isolated a moment where it looks like Jake Paul sends a hand signal to Woodley before knocking him out. If you don't know that this is a feint, then that means you haven't watched Hajime no Ippo, even though I asked you to 8 years ago. Again, fans cry for blood. And again,
I haven't watched the video, my bad.
More credible opponent steps
Even though I
forward.
asked you to 8 years
Diaz.
ago.
While Diaz wasn't as decorated as Woodley, he was, in his own right, terrifying. Here's how I describe Nate Diaz. His brother Nick, at one point, continued a fight with an opponent.
That was ketchup, by the
in
way.
The
That was
emergency room.
that's
And
ketchup.
Nick is considered the more sensible of the two. There was no way someone like Diaz would throw a fight for money, and particularly not against someone like Paul. And then Paul won by decision. Rigged, outrage, the Spider, Anderson Silva, a man who dominated the UFC's middleweight division with an apocalyptic 7-year title reign, one of the most precise and devastating strikers in MMA,
God damn.
and a popular candidate for greatest of all time, who somehow also suffered a decision loss to Paul and even a legitimate knockdown in the 8th round. To people who don't have a lot of experience fighting, I understand how this looks, as it seems there's only two possible explanations. One, Paul is as good as he says he is, or two, these fights are scripted. And not wanting to accept that first option,
Ew.
most people will choose the second. But this is the problem with the Jake Paul cycle. When you complain these fights are scripted, then the validity of them hinges on whether Paul's opponents are taking dives or not. And I think the chances that 4 of the most legitimate MMA fighters on the planet all being willing to take paid legacy tarnishing dives, especially Nate Diaz, who, I remind you, has the temperament of a volcano made of fists, is extremely unlikely. So then, how in the name of God does this fucking clown legitimately beat some of the most dangerous men on the planet in fights? Well, the answer is he didn't. He beat them in boxing matches. If you're unfamiliar with fighting, that might sound like a subtle and possibly meaningless distinction. A fight is a fight, right? Well, no. Your average MMA fighter is trained in 5 disciplines: punches, kicks, wrestling, ground grappling, and I'd argue that the crossover between those systems, as well as various other miscellaneous situational fighting arts like Muay Thai clinches or ground and pounds, as a 5th. Most MMA fighters will likely be an expert in one of these systems, but in order to just survive at a high level, you need a grounding in all. Even if a talented striker has no interest in submitting their opponent, they need to know enough grappling to at least defend takedowns. And likewise, an expert submission artist will need to know enough striking to weather enough punches and kicks to allow them to get close to their opponents. What that means is that in a boxing match, MMA fighters are losing 80% of their tools, whereas a boxer still has 100% of their trained skill set. Think of it like this. A mage is only a good class in an RPG
A mage?
as long as they have
Wow.
the ability to cast spells. Take those spells away, and even a massively over-leveled mage becomes a walking target. And when you have a boxer, what you have is someone who has put all their experience points, i.e. all their time, energy, and resources, into boxing. So when you pair an MMA fighter with a boxer in a boxing match, it's such a freakish mismatch because so much of what an MMA fighter has put their own experience into is meaningless under a boxing rule set. And while I do not admire it, I at least have to credit Jake Paul and his team for being perceptive enough to recognize this exploit, as it's something both MMA fans and fighters were blindsided by. So when using these fights as a basis to ask, is Jake Paul a good boxer? It's fair to say, yeah, Jake Paul is a great boxer by normal person standards. He'd definitely beat me, he would probably beat you, and he would likely beat everyone you know. But that statement also carries the same uncomfortable caveat as crediting Mark Zuckerberg for placing in jiu-jitsu competitions. Sure, that's impressive, and I say that as someone who has had their face broken in martial arts tournaments, but Zuckerberg has the wealth to hire the literal best coaches, trainers, and sports scientists on the planet, and is free to dedicate as much of his time as he wants to that world-class level of training atop his floating dojo boat. So when he taps out a Whataburger employee who crams 2 jiu-jitsu classes a week in between soul-grinding physical labor and taking care of his family, forgive me if I do not stand in applause. The same is true of Jake Paul. How many other amateur boxers do you think have a stem cell reviving light bed that they use to recover from training?
What?
Well, that's to say, these men are not succeeding under the
That's
same
crazy.
circumstances as everyone else. But that aside, sure, Jake Paul is a good boxer by normal person standards, but what that statement lacks is context. I consider myself pretty okay by normal person standards at jiu-jitsu. Something I measure by the fact that I've been doing it for 5 years, and when a new person joins, even if they are much bigger than me, which they frequently are, as I stand at a delicate 5'7.5", I can usually submit them in about a minute. And I'm sure for the length of that match, it would seem to the average white belt that I possess a high level of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I didn't know
However, against
Super Eye
anyone who
Patches
takes
Wolf.
jiu-jitsu even
Super
slightly
Eye
more
Patch
serious
Wolf's
than I'm happy, and my
height
utterly mediocre
when I met
grappling
him.
will be
But, like, I met
exposed for
him
what
and
it is.
I was like
And that is all
surprised
to
that he was
say,
shorter than
a
me.
victory, even a dominant one, says nothing about a fighter's actual skill level when separated from context. So, by an average person's standards, is Jake Paul a good boxer? Sure. But when measured by a professional standard compared to professional boxers,
No.
well, this was a criticism that began to haunt Paul, and one he sought to address through a series of 3 fights, in which he faced professional boxer Andre August, who held a record of 10 wins and 1 loss, professional boxer Ryan Borland, who held a record of 17 wins and 2 losses, and Platinum Mike Perry, a bare-knuckle boxer on a 5-match win streak and holder of the symbolic King of Violence title. Paul won all these matches by knockout, and there you have it. Indisputable.
Sorry, I was
proof
drinking
that
water.
Jake Paul is a
Sorry.
legitimate boxer. Wait a minute. When determining the caliber of a fighter, less important is how many people they've beaten, and more important is the caliber of opponents they've beaten. That's the metric we've applied to Paul so far, but what happens when we apply that metric to Paul's opponents? Well, Andre August does have a 10-1 record. What that doesn't tell you is the quality of opponents August got that record against. So here are the win-loss records of everyone Andre August had defeated. 0 wins and 1 loss. 3 wins and 13 losses. 1 win and 5 losses. 0 wins and 8 losses. 7 wins and 16 losses. 6 wins and 29 losses. Mate, just
Give up.
stop fighting. 5 wins and 18 losses. 7 wins and 14 losses. 0 wins and 1 loss. 4 wins and 7 losses. The average win-loss of Andre August defeated opponents is 3 wins and 11 losses. In other words, August himself was not fighting world-class opponents, making his 10-1 record by professional standards, well, much less impressive. But then, what about Ryan Borland? Well, if we run the same average opponent win-loss, it comes out at 7 wins and 9 losses, which, while better than August's, by professional standards, is still not that impressive. To give that a little more context, both Andre and Borland are aggregated at half a star and 1 star out of 5 on the BoxRec database, so not even close to world-class standard, and yet, there is an even deeper, more insidious layer to this illusion. When you picture a boxer with a 17-2 record like Borland, you probably picture someone like this, and you would be correct. This is Ryan Borland in 2018, but the fight with Jake Paul took place in 2024, and Borland now looks like this. Borland had fought only 1 fight in the last 6 years. Andre only 1 fight in the last 4, and both are 9 years older than Paul and basically retired, which is a pattern we can also see in his matches versus MMA fighters. The average age difference between Paul and those fighters being 13 years. Anderson Silva was 47 years old. And this is what Paul does. He selects old,
He
broken down
fights
fighters
elderly
whose bodies
retired
have been
people, yeah.
torn apart from a lifetime of injuries from competitive fighting.
Fights retired
and humiliates
fighters
them.
or
And so, along those
fighters
lines, I
from
have some
other
suggestions for
sports
Paul's next
entirely.
opponents.
And it's like,
My Neighbor Miss O'Reilly, a dinosaur skeleton, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and finally, Gandalf the Wizard, who is both old and not real, which should make things really convenient. Okay, but then how do you possibly explain the victory over Platinum Mike Perry, 33 years old and on a 5-fight win streak, now dubbed the King of Violence? Well, here's the thing about bare knuckle. It is very, very dangerous, as was tragically proven with the death of Justin Thornton, who died from injuries following a bare knuckle fight. Which means in the brief 5 years bare knuckle's been running, it has more deaths than the UFC, whose current fatalities sit at 0, despite the fact that the UFC has been around for several more decades and held infinitely more fights. In other words, it's just not that high caliber of boxer willing to take unprotected shots to the head for comparatively less pay than either the UFC or boxing.
yeah,
And
it's
while
just
I
more
try not to
dangerous
make a
for no
habit of
reason.
insulting entire sports of men who could cave in my delicate facial features like a child puncturing an Easter egg, I think Perry's record bears this out. His 5-fight bare knuckle win streak coming not against boxers, but an ex-MMA fighter, an ex-MMA fighter, an ex-MMA fighter, an ex-MMA fighter, and an ex-MMA fighter. Perry himself not having a background in professional boxing, but MMA. You have to marvel at the sheer cowardly precision in Jake Paul's opponent selection, targeting vulnerable fighters who, on paper, to the public, seem threatening. But in actuality, against someone with Paul's wealth, time, youth, and resources, don't stand any chance at all. These opponents prove basically nothing about Paul's acumen as a professional boxer. So what happens then when Paul does go up against a credible boxer his own age? Well, if you were to believe the Countdown documentary, this.
But in February of 2023, he took on an established boxer for the first time in his career, Tyson Fury's younger brother, Tommy Fury. And even though he knocked down Fury in the last round of the bout, Jake took his first loss in a split decision.
Despite Countdown being a documentary about Jake Paul being a boxer, that 15-second clip is all the time Countdown gives to the one instance of Jake Paul fighting an active boxer his own age, and laughably attempts to frame it as some hard-fought battle that Paul was robbed of. But if you watch the actual fight, what you get is 8 rounds of Paul being dog-walked by Fury. At no point does he look competitive or even competent, to the point that Paul's team walked out on him after this fight. And as for that knockdown in the 8th, I'll let this slow motion footage help you decide if this was a legitimate knockdown or an ill-timed slip. And as for that one judge that ruled in Paul's favor, all that proves to me is that there was a serious concussion suffered that night. It just didn't happen in the ring. And the thing is, Tommy Fury was not even considered an especially good boxer at this point. Only after this fight was he even ranked in his own weight division, and that rank was 39. So to answer, is Jake Paul a good professional boxer?
No.
He's had one fight against an active, unranked boxer and lost decisively. So no, he isn't. From here, Paul attempted to claw back legitimacy with his matches against August, Borland, and Perry, but these matches failed to generate a fraction of the hype his previous bouts had.
Really?
So
They
if
made
Paul
that
was
one
going to
shiny? Fuck
reinsert
you.
himself into the world of boxing, he'd need to create a bigger spectacle than he ever had. He'd need an opponent who, in the eyes of the public, was more dangerous than anything Paul had faced. An opponent whose legacy was inseparable from the world of boxing.
Sorry, I'm
But
colorblind. I have to get closer to it
simultaneously, An
sometimes.
opponent who stood no real chance.
I can't really
against
tell
him.
from the roof.
That was
I'm
the
really,
target
really
Paul
colorblind.
needed, and he found it. Mike Tyson could not have lived a more different life than Paul. His early years were riddled with conviction, abuse, and poverty, until his entry into the world of boxing saw him in 5 short years capture the heavyweight championship and become one of the most dominant and generation-defining athletes in existence, alongside Space Jam's Michael Jordan. Watching Prime Era Tyson is
Space
terrifying.
Jam's
It's
Michael
like watching a
Jordan.
superior kind of human inflicted upon mere mortals. A pugilistic deity whose fists are conduit for malice and oblivion. That's the aura that formed around Tyson's undisputed 3-year title reign. Each of Tyson's apocalyptic knockouts a brushstroke in the portrait of a man whose fury and power
damn.
could only be dulled so much by age. Or at least, that's how it seemed to people. One of the things that really surprised me about the lead to Tyson versus Paul was how many fight experts judged the bout hard to predict. But I think that's the legacy Tyson's matches created. A boxing deity not vulnerable to the same ravages of time as the rest of us. But to me, when Paul versus Tyson was announced, it was a very different Tyson match that came to mind.
Yeah.
Kevin McBride is an Irish journeyman boxer and someone who was to many the perfect stepping stone for Tyson to make his big comeback following years away from boxing. However, what happened that night was far from anything anyone was expecting. People envisioned an early Tyson KO, but it never came. McBride pushing Tyson till the once legendary fighter looks exhausted and broken. At the beginning of the 7th round, Tyson refuses to leave his corner, and the match is called a forfeit in a loss that shocked the world. And just listen to how he speaks about boxing in this post-fight interview.
Mike, first let's start with you. Did you want to continue?
Well, I would like to continue, but I saw that I was getting beat on. I realized
I don't think I have it anymore because I got the ability to stay in shape, but I don't got the fighting guts, I don't think, anymore. I just don't have this in my heart anymore.
Did you feel as though you had it coming into the fight?
No, I'm just fighting to take care of my bills, basically.
This was not Mike Tyson, the phenom, anymore. This was a Mike Tyson whose body and spirit had been eroded by 2 decades at the
Literally
peak
said
of
he's
what
doing
was
it to
at
pay
the
his
time
bills. That's
the most
crazy.
crushing combat sport in the world. It was a Mike Tyson who'd struggled with addiction. A Mike Tyson who, after a legacy-tarnishing sexual assault conviction, had spent 4 years in jail and was now a muffled echo of the fighter he used to be. That was the person who fought McBride that night, but that night was 20 years ago. At 58, Tyson was a whisper of the fighter he used to be. He now uses a walking stick. He now spends more time podcasting than he does fighting. A Mike Tyson who had to cancel the initial bout due to a stomach ulcer, and this is the man who was sold to the public as a legitimate challenger to Paul. After a spirited first round, every second of Tyson's 40 years of damage can be seen etched into his movements. Exhausted, he chases Paul around the ring. In the 6th round, he throws just 7 punches. The fight ending in a unanimous landslide decision for Paul. The same accusations of a fixed fight flood the internet, with people whom I'm guessing have no experience boxing interpreting moments like Mike Tyson not falling for obvious bait as proof of collusion. And then there's the scripts. But the only thing the script actually got right was the first round, which was just how Tyson always fights versus how Paul always fights. And it actually got the ending wrong, calling a Paul KO victory in round 5, but I guess people didn't read that far. The complaints of a fixed fight are so intense that an official statement is released declaring the fight not scripted, and in doing so, perfectly priming the Jake Paul cycle to start all over again. But the thing is, if you know how the Jake Paul cycle works, this fight was easy to predict, as it's the same manipulation of public perception we've been talking about this entire video. And I can say that because I did predict it months before it happened on stream. What Jake Paul does is he just challenges old retired fighters who are like either not trained in boxing or have been not boxing for years, and then just beats the shit out of them because he's young and strong. I called all this out because, not because I like Jake Paul, but because I don't. And so that when he beats Tyson on points, I can point to this and be like, that's the trick. It's the same trick every time. And every time people are like, oh, Anderson Silva's gonna beat the shit out of Jake Paul. Nate Diaz is gonna be like, every time it's the same trick. I think there's 2 reasons people so badly want to believe that this fight was fixed. And the first is simple. People don't like Jake Paul. But the second is more complicated. As I mentioned, one of the things I really struggled to understand in making this video is how so many people judge the fight as hard to predict, when to me, there was only ever going to be one outcome. And I don't know that much about boxing. And I think a part of that was Tyson's aura and the impact he'd had.
His
on the sport.
aura.
But I think there's also a deeper reason. Watching a decrepit, aged Mike Tyson lose a boxing match to a social media influencer is about as devastating a statement you can make on the effect age has on our mortal frames. The most brutal reinforcement possible that the ultimate, unbeatable, and undisputed opponent we must all face one day is time. And that's not just hard to accept, it's devastating. And a big reason why I think so many people would rather engage in conspiracy. But sometimes there is no conspiracy. Sometimes things are just the way they are, and it sucks. With all this in mind, I want to go back to the idea of giving Jake Paul credit. I understand that there's a temptation to look at everything Paul's done and say, you gotta give the guy some credit, but I think that very much depends. Paul has affected the world of boxing, and in some inarguably positive ways, like the promotion of Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, 2 of the best boxers in the world who, under Paul's promotion, have received the paydays and attention that they both deserve. And if Paul truly wants to make a real positive impact in boxing, I think it's going to be in lifting up fighters like this. But I do wonder if he'll be willing to do the same for talented young male fighters in his weight division. But for now, as a promoter, sure, I give Jake Paul credit. But as a boxer, well, here's the difference between someone like Jake Paul and Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali also talked shit. Muhammad Ali also made it so that people wanted to see him lose. But the major difference is that Muhammad Ali was routinely defeating the best fighters on the planet. He was backing up every syllable of boxing with some of the most blazing skill the world had ever seen. That's what made it real, and that's what makes it last. Paul, on the other hand, well, I'm gonna borrow the sentiments of fellow Irish violence enthusiast Napoleon Bonaparte. I will give Jake Paul credit when he beats an active ranked boxer his own age on a win streak. And so, with that in mind, I want to ask one final question. If you can't give Paul credit as a fighter, then what kind of fighter should you give credit to? Imagine the kind of fighter you have to be to weigh just 122 pounds and still become known as the monster. That's what Naoya Inoue is. At 28 fights, 28 wins, and 25 knockouts, Inoue is terrifying. Watch replays of his knockouts, and it's like he's not even affected by
122, that's...
But his opponent
That's
is,
so low.
as they sluggishly flail against a vicious blizzard of fists. A demonic speed
probably 'cause
that
of his
allows
height.
Inoue to reach across the ring in a
It's also very
fraction of a
slim,
second
holy.
and shatter a boxer's consciousness. Inoue will often toy with his opponents, like he's mocking the gap that exists between him and the rest of the world. That inhuman ability resulting in Inoue depleting his entire global weight division, collecting the lineal WBA, WBC, and IBF titles, unifying them into a single undisputed championship, and doing so in such dominant fashion that there was no one left to fight, before he ascended an entire weight division and did the exact same
Oh
thing
my
again.
God.
Compared to him, Paul's achievements as a fighter are laughable, and I don't think that's a fair comparison, but those are the credentials Paul himself is asking to be judged by. However, there is also another answer to the kind of fighter that deserves credit. Amy Scully is a young Irish MMA fighter who works part-time as a painter-decorator, and yet still trains her ass off to the point that she recently became the 2-time IMMAFT World Champion. And she did so with a fraction of the resources Jake Paul has. That is fucking amazing. To me, someone who works a 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 or 8 to 7 and still finds the time and spirit to train and compete, that deserves credit. And for the record, I do not count myself in that. I too am guilty of the cushy, self-determinant life of a YouTuber, but I've fought train engineers who show up to 7 a.m. training after an all-night shift, skin still tinged with engine oil, and still battle like goddamn warriors. Jake Paul isn't built different, he just has more resources. And honestly, I'm not even that concerned with the effect he'll have on boxing, but I do care about fighting, and I do care about how it's perceived. Because I really, truly believe that fighting is for everyone. It's a way to push your limits and get to know yourself in a way you never otherwise would. And if you come away from this video with anything, I really, truly hope that it's that you consider giving fighting a shot yourself.
Hell no.
Grappling, boxing.
Hell no.
Because when ordinary people do
I'm playing
that,
Pokemon.
well, that's a lot more impressive to me than whatever Jake Paul is pretending to do.
Like, what the fuck? I'm not fighting people. I'm shiny hunting. This is my fight. This is my war.
Wait. This video is sponsored by
Me. What? I was joking. Me. Oh my goodness. This is for his merch line. His merch is like this fake anime,
She ever stopped talking?
and he tells story using the merch. It's pretty cool.
Just want to give a little shout out to Gabrielle over at Kyle Moore JSBJJ. If you're in Dublin and want to learn to grapple, I could not recommend them enough.
I'll show his merch store. I bought something from here the other day. His merch is really cool. I love the character designs of like all the original characters he has. This is the one I got, the frog one, because I think it's really cute. Most of these I wouldn't wear, right? They're super flashy, super over the top. But yeah, the idea behind his merch is that it's like a fake anime. So it's like a bunch of original characters and stuff, and it tells a story and stuff. You're fine? Wait, you're fine? I'm back? Oh, hello. Welcome back. I'm finding another video to watch because the other video ended. These are cute shirts. Yeah, that was the merch of a Super Eye Patch Wolf. I was just showing it because he had an advertisement for it at the end. I'll show it again. I like the character designs and stuff. This is the only one I've ever bought. This one right here, the frog one. And then I bought one of the notebooks. I think it was the old one. This one right here. Write your dumb shit here, idiot. I bought this.
Entry-level keynote.
I need that one. Here, we'll watch a Northern Lion video while I continue shiny hunting. La 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 la. This one's a short video though.
Entry-level keynote to learn media literacy, King. I think the secret. Well, how old are you? Because you might be cooked. It might be too late for you. Oh, I don't know if that's.
It might be too late for you.
Let's
It's
start with the obvious. I'm
crazy.
not the most media literate guy on the planet, but here's what I would say: start by being like 0 to age 12. Just watch shit. It doesn't even matter
It's
what it
too
is.
late for me.
It literally, your opinions on film don't matter at that age. Just watch whatever you like. When you're around 12, start to court the idea of like, I'm going to enjoy good movies. If I'm going to
That's
waste my life watching
crazy.
movies, I might as well watch good ones. Look up film criticism of your favorite movies. Up
30,
to that
it's
point,
all
which-
over. Just
and
so
gotta
you
make yourself humble
know.
for this. You have to
I'll never
acknowledge
reach
probably
30.
sort
Not
of
me.
suck. So read what a film critic who's been doing
I
it
could
for a
never.
long time thinks about your favorite movie when you're 11. And you don't necessarily have to take on their opinion as gospel, but at least you get a feel for how like people who take this stuff seriously start to think about, you know, the medium that you're interested in. And then eventually start to like, you know, go down the rabbit hole of like what they're recommending and stuff like that. A dirty little secret of life, and you can use it to make yourself happier, or you can use it to make yourself more miserable. Human beings have a tendency to enjoy that which they repeatedly do. I really believe that. I'm not saying you can get used to torture
My bio's
necessarily,
correct.
but you can't just be like, I'm
3
50,
tenths the way
I'm gonna
there.
start watching like art house
Don't
movies
remind
now.
me.
If you watched Adam Sandler movies
Once I get there,
for,
it's
like,
all over.
49 years,
Goodbye.
you don't have the necessary
It's all over.
palate
The
at this
second,
point
right
to just, like,
before,
lock in and
I
be
won't
like,
allow
okay, let me see
myself to
Fanny
reach
and
30.
Alexander. So you gotta, and the great news is why
But
it's
I'm at
great to start early.
99.9%
When
of the
you're,
way
like, you know,
there.
14 years old, start watching all this snobby shit.
I'm turning
and
the
then
game
just
off.
Go through a phase where you're completely insufferable, and just echo be 14 and just echo the opinions of like film critics. I'll be like, oh, you like the Doom movie? That's nice. Well, I
That's
just got
smart.
Harold and
No.
Maude, actually, for Christmas. I
What
thought
the
it was
hell? You're not
probably one of
supposed to
Hal Ashby's
agree.
best films. You know, some shit like that. Do that for like a
What the
decade,
hell?
and then after a decade of doing that, gradually start to form your own opinions on this stuff, and you will find that maybe you yourself have become, in that case, a true individual at that point. I don't think younger Gen Z has time for film criticism. Bro, have you ever seen younger Gen Z's screen time on Reels, not The Godfather? That's why okay, sorry, I didn't think this needed to be said. Take your Reels time. Don't watch The Godfather. Watch 2001: A Space Odyssey first, or something like that. You can't start by watching like a 3-hour long movie. 2001: A Space Odyssey is like 3.5 hours long. picked the wrong movie. Whatever.
It also has a confusing ending
2001
that
is
like
actually
Zoomers
ass.
will fucking
well, like parts of it
cry about and complain
like the
about.
autumn, the late summer in particular. And oh, you're talking about the movie? Yeah, like that part right before the end. I don't know. Maybe I was just too young to really appreciate it, but I was like, my 2001 story.
Now
is like
he's
this, okay?
literally talking about the
my
ending.
dorm was having a Smash 64 tournament, and
You've watched it?
me and this other
Yeah,
guy on
and the
my
first
floor
time
were really good at Smash, and it was,
the reason I say they
duos.
won't understand the ending and they'll
That
hate it is because
morning,
that's what
went
I
and
did.
talked to
Is I
my
watched it in
pal, and I
high
said, "You wanna
school,
enter the Smash
and
tournament?"
I
He said,
hated
"Nah,
the
got
ending
homework
because
to
I
do."
didn't get
He
it,
said,
and
"No
then
problem."
I rewatched
I
it,
went to my dorm
and I was
room,
like,
put on 2001: A Space
yeah, I rewatched
Odyssey.
it like a
Right
year or
at
two
the
ago.
time where the astronaut
And I was like,
is
yeah,
going
this
through
is
the LSD trip, he came into my
this is
room
alright.
and said, "Hey, just finished the homework. Do you want to do that tournament? I thought I'd check." And I said, "Nah, I'm watching a movie." You had your chance. I didn't say that last part. The subtext was you had your chance. That's why, and again, you got to remember, I'm neurotypical. I really like to set the expectations and the routines for my day at the start of my day, and then simply fill in the blanks as I go throughout it. Like my daily schedule is like a Mad Libs, and I fill it in as I go. From a preconceived Rorschach, not Rorschach, a rubric, I should say. Dude was being nice, and you said, "Fuck you." No. I said, "Do you want to play in the tournament?" He said, "No, I got other shit to do." And I said, "Fine, I'm going to watch some Stanley Kubrick then." I didn't tell him to fuck off. He should have told me. He should have told me that, sure. He should have said, "You know what? I'll knock out that homework really quick, and if I don't finish it, I'll do it after the tournament. I'll do it after we win." It's extremely long and boring. Okay, it's long. It's not boring. 2001: A Space Odyssey, not boring. I'm not going to say it's my favorite movie ever made, but to call it boring.
Telling your charger to come here and
It's
then
literally
meowing at
ass.
it.
It's
Literally,
literally good. And
perfect
I watched
description
it
of
when
my
I was
whole
like
life.
17,
I'd
and
be
I did
talking
not
to
need
everything.
someone to tell me how to watch
I'd be
it.
meowing it.
It's a good movie.
Myself.
It's a very watchable movie. I'm freaking out. It's just a special effects demo and it rules. It's not just a, there's meaning. I'm gonna fucking freak out. I'm gonna freak out.
No, it's not an MCU movie, you see, so your
robots,
chat
man.
doesn't like it,
I
Northern
tried to
Lion.
watch it and turned it off 20 minutes in. No characters had said anything by that point. I'm gonna fucking freak out, man. I'm not gonna fall for this bait.
Dude, why is
It's not
Northern
even- I
Lion's
don't
chat
even
so dumb?
love 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think it's like it's really good. It's not like one of my favorite movies ever made, but this I'm gonna freak out, man. I'm gonna freak out. I bet you liked Ad Astra. No, I actually really did not like Ad Astra. And for a pea-brain reason, I didn't like it because I got baited by the commercials to think it would be like a science fiction action movie in space, and then it was like boring, and as a result, I was like, "Hey, bring back! Oh, finally, some shit's going down. There's crazy chimpanzees on this space station. Finally, the best part of the movie where the chimpanzees go crazy." Type of guy that thinks The Fountain is peak. It's so sad that after all this time, you guys don't know me at all. I watched The Fountain during my exam season of first year in university because all the people online were like, "It's the craziest, best movie of all time." And then I watched it and I was like, I think I got the movie wrong, man. I thought it was all right and I thought it was interesting. I certainly was not like, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen in my life. It does have vibes. Bro turns into a tree. That's pretty cool. Raised by Wolves kind of copped its whole shit, but like, I've only seen shots from it, but it looks peak. Okay, yeah, double feature. Oh, I'm gonna make some enemies. Double feature, the most overrated on account of cinematography films of the 2000s. The Fountain into Tarsum Singh's The Fall. The Fall is not a bad movie, and neither is The Fountain, but the way people talk about it, you would think it's The Godfather Part 2. Don't even, why are you coming for my goat? The Fall is so cool, though. Without a doubt. Great, a very cool movie. Tarsum Singh, kind of one of the goats of making movies that look cool, for sure. I will never say fuck The Fall for existing. But it's kind of like, the moon of people who think cinematography is like, this shot looks cool, which I don't even think is like a damnable offense, but like I'm just sick of hearing about it. Looks like Jodorowsky slop. What this is insane. Now you're pissing me off the other way. I don't even know that much about Jodorowsky, but like, what do you mean Jodorowsky slop? Like, this is crazy. You can't just put slop at the end of peak and then say like it's bad.
Yeah, what he said. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. The 10 Best Games of 2025 by Jacob Geller. I love Jacob's videos. I own a book he wrote. He made another book. I don't have that one. I have this one. How a Game Lives. I have this book. I don't have the second book. What the hell? Anyways.
Is a rare game that manages to lock you in from the first second. It is a rare game that manages to lock you in from the first second of gameplay. It is even more rare to capture your attention before the photosensitivity warning has faded from view. And yet, from the moment you choose to launch Sectori, a relentless thumping bass grabs you by the shoulders and announces a simple message: you will not be able to put this game down. Sectori is a kaleidoscopic twin-stick shooter in the vein of Geometry Wars or Resogun. In fact, the developer is a former employee of Housemarque, where he helped make Resogun. Sectori is the genre heightened to a flow state nirvana, where a constantly changing arena and giant bullet hell bosses offer an endlessly high skill ceiling, but no run gets stale, because the game also offers a number of different irresistible upgrade paths. Throughout this year, I've played many games that have filled the screen with flashing lights and images, all while encouraging a sort of overstimulated passivity. And to be clear, I have enjoyed those experiences as well. But Sectori is a reminder that razor-sharp design and continuous split-second decision-making can induce a far more rewarding gaming trance. A commitment to making your best attempt a little better if you only play one more game. Welcome to the end of 2025. A hell of a year.
Don't say that.
A hell of a year for playing games.
There's still so much of the year left. What do you mean?
Continuous industry layoffs, collaborations with human rights abusers, and AI cluster. A number of wonderful pieces of art still managed to push their way out the door and into our hands. This year saw a surge of inventive co-op triumphs, an unexpected bounty of gamified memoirs, and a number of technically accomplished AAAs that failed to create the same impression as smaller, shorter, weirder projects. But what else is new? Before we get back to the list proper, there is one more thing I need to do: establish my certified gamer credentials. I beat a lot of games this year, 60 at the time of recording.
60?
So, without further
Jesus!
ado, here is every single
It's almost
game
like it's
I
his
rolled
job or
credits on,
something.
or otherwise played to satisfaction if credits aren't a meaningful finish line. Hit it!
Citizen Sleeper 2. I've never heard of that. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Onimusha Warlords. A game about digging a hole like a dragon. Monster Hunter Wilds, I played that. God of War Chains of Olympus, God of War Ghost of Sparta. Face Miner, what the hell? Wanderstop. South of Midnight, I wanted to play that. Split Fiction. Clear Obscure, love that game. I've never heard of that. Never heard of that. I've heard that's good. Most of these I've not heard of. Love Night Rain. I hear the new Mario Kart sucks. I love Liza P. Overture. Oh my god, it's like my favorite thing that came out this year. How do you have wordplay? That's crazy. How do you have time for all these games, man? I felt like I played a lot of games this year. And then he's just like, nope, I played 60. Fuck you. Fuck you. You thought you played a lot? Hell no, you didn't. What the hell? Shiny hunting right now? Yeah, that's another reason why I don't play that many games, is because I dedicate way too much time to the games I do play. Because I try to 100% everything. If I just played through games normally, I could get through so many more games, but I can't just walk away from a game until I've done everything in the game.
It may seem a little damning with faint praise that Hades 2 only reaches number 9 on this list, and in a way, it is. The direct sequel to Supergiant Games' 2020 game Hades, Hades 2 suffers from a number of sequel-y problems. Its story isn't as emotionally engaging as the first, the character interactions are expanded but not revolutionized. It would be easy for me to list a number of small disappointments with Hades 2, which largely stem from
I like the game way more than the first one.
New world from a studio that's proven how successfully it can sculpt one. But what those complaints obscure is that every single run in Hades 2 is a joy, a nearly faultless mechanical experience that manages to teach you novel ways of playing well past the 50-hour mark. Enemies and bosses that feel overwhelming gradually reduce into observable patterns, branching trees of offered upgrades coalesce into exciting new playstyles, and NPCs spout nearly endless dialogue throughout. Only in Hades 2 can I die to a rocker diva Scylla the sea monster and not be angry for a second, because as soon as I get back home, I'm asking Nemesis to jump in the hot springs with me.
Me too.
The quality in Hades 2 is just through the roof. The
Get in
progression
the hot
systems
spring
are
with
nuanced
me,
and interesting.
please.
Kronos is a cool and menacing and seemingly insurmountable villain. It's easy for me to nitpick Supergiant's work because my bar for them is so high. But I
Sus?
put a
No,
full
it's
70
normal.
hours into Hades 2, enjoyed nearly every minute of it, and I will be there day one for whatever they make next. Oh, to be scared in a new way. I play a lot of horror games.
I don't.
like a lot of horror games.
I don't.
And yet, with my experience, I think I've gotten to know most of their tricks. Something jumps out from a closet, something takes away your guns, something tells you that it's erased your save file. I don't go into many horror games expecting to be surprised. And then, along comes a game like Dead Letter Department. I quite recently talked about Dead Letter Department in my video on digital horror. This is the game where you type out the unreadable sections of undelivered letters in an oppressively atmospheric office room. It is a simple game. No health bar, no inventory management, no meters going down or side quest list going up. But the mileage the game gets
He
from
always
this
finds
simple
the
of a
weirdest
concept is
games,
just
like-
remarkable. I cannot believe how
That's
many different
crazy.
stories the addresses on an envelope can tell. One of my favorite things a horror story can do is warp the ordinary, take something incredibly normal and distort reality around it until even nondescript things become unnerving. By the end of Dead Letter Department, the most straightforward letter feels sinister. Dread leaks out of a suburban address.
Come
Secrets
on,
hide
Shiny.
in the wrinkles of an envelope. The game is my favorite example of what an indie horror title can do. It presents a new idea.
Double
and
alpha
explores
camp.
every
The alpha
dark
doesn't
corner of
matter. It doesn't decrease the
I
odds or
imagine
anything.
The Silent Hill franchise looks at Resident Evil with some level of jealousy. What's a Resident Evil game? Easy. Shambling monsters, inventory management, involved puzzles with gems and different colored keys, some invocation of Umbrella. What's a Silent Hill game?
Silent Hill F
Well, that's
was
the question,
so
isn't it?
good.
Is it simply a low-hanging fog, a soundtrack that seems to play inside of your brain, repressed guilt, locked doors, hidden alien endings? Sure, all of those things. But what Silent Hill F understands, why I knew this game was operating on the correct wavelength from the first few minutes, is that Silent Hill rests on the ineffable, unsettling oddness of its characters. Overt villainy is easy, but unease, the feeling that something is off about this whole situation, is a much harder tone to strike. Hinako, a high schooler in rural 1960s Japan, lives in this unease. The feeling that something is wrong with her
If one
classmates
was
and
bad,
parents, with the
it's
whole
just bad
culture
because the alphas can
permeates
kill
the
you and
game.
you don't want that.
And this wrongness leads to unforgettable scenes of seemingly inexplicable behavior. Fear and murder and self-mutilation are all
They
present,
don't
and yet
decrease the
often
odds of
treated
like it being
with a
shiny at
detached
all. It's
coldness
just
that leaves us as players adrift.
Stealth
The
can
most
kill
exciting
you.
thing to me about Silent Hill F is just that there is so much to talk about here. So many
I
standout
need this
sequences
one. Yeah,
and
Silent Hill
interesting
F is
character beats.
incredible.
While the game doesn't reach the towering heights of Silent Hill 2 or the environmental excellence
Pyramid
of 3,
Head.
it also
I don't. They're
doesn't
not in
stand
F,
either
but
game's shadow.
that's
I'm
crazy.
So glad that F is interested
That's
in
weird.
testing
That's
that
yeah.
question,
Who said that?
what is a Silent Hill game? And finding a bold new answer. I will actually be arguing for a specific
Why
sequence
would you
from
say
Silent
that?
Hill
I don't
F as one
know.
of the
That
best moments of
something
the
came
year,
over
the
me.
massive awards episode of Min-Max, the gaming podcast I'm on. Min-Max truly means so much to me. Because of the podcast, I went to Summer Game Fest this year, and I also went to freaking Brazil to Latin American Gamescom. It is kind of the thing that keeps me sane when I've been researching something like the Nuremberg trials for weeks on end. Anyway, back to the list. The second of the indie sequels on the list, Citizen Sleeper 2 accomplishes what Hades 2 struggles to do. Take the basic mechanics of the first game and twist them using familiar verbs to tell a story altogether its own. Citizen Sleeper 2 is built on the same dice system as its predecessor. Each day you're allotted a number of pre-rolled dice, which you can then spend on different activities. Once you're out of dice, you can't do anything. So in order to keep up with the game's multitude of doomsday clocks, you'll need to roll on activities you'll likely fail, a rich metaphor for anxiety, disability, the perils of capitalism, you name it. This was all in the first game. But what 2 does so well is pairs that need to constantly move forward with a meditation on the highs and lows of labor itself. In Citizen Sleeper 2, you'll need to constantly engage in contracts, discrete projects that become your sole focus for a couple in-game days. These can be as simple as looting a derelict spacecraft or as complex as staging a mutiny. But each requires intense, devoted work from your character and their companions. It is exhausting, stressful, and resource-intensive. But within nearly all of them lies some hint of beauty and wonder, a pride in your own craft and the skill of others. It's a testament to the skill of the game's writing that the intrinsic satisfaction of a job well
Cute
done
emote.
can exist alongside the ever-present themes of exploitation and cruel economic systems. Citizen Sleeper 2 is a game about carving out spaces for the humanity of yourself and others to work, to create art, to live. One of the nice things about making your own top 10 list is you get to cheat.
What do I do? I
10
wasted my
means
sport
or
ball.
game
It's fine, it's
or
fine, it's fine, it's fine.
top.
Just catch it in something
In this
else.
case, and I'm
Master
adding
ball,
as
master ball,
number
master ball,
5
master
and a
ball. I don't
half,
care.
the
Master
best
ball.
expansion
I don't
played
care.
this year,
Catch it right now
Lies
before I
of
run out of
P
time. There we go.
Overture.
Holy shit.
In the years since
Master
Lies
ball
of
it?
P's
Yeah.
release, the game has only
I didn't get a
grown
chance
in
to
my regard.
save, so I
It
wasn't
is
able to
easily
reload to
the
use my
best
sport ball.
non-FromSoft
Ah.
game made in their signature.
I didn't get a chance to save because I just jumped down, not expecting it to be shiny. So I didn't look down at it from like, what I should have done is I should have looked down from up there so I could have saved before. I'm so happy though. Jacob Geller. Hold on, let me hide the game for a second. I want to hear him talk about Liza P, and then I'll get back to the game. Liza P is my favorite thing that came out this year. Well, it's DLC. It came out a couple years ago, but only took like 2 hours. Yeah, I got way luckier than Austin John. Oh my goodness. Took him 14. He got really unlucky. Liza P Overture, the DLC for Liza P, is my favorite thing that came out this year. If it was a different game, I would count it as my game of the year, but it's a DLC. It's my favorite video game related thing that came out this year, though. I love Liza P. It's one of my favorite games ever, and the DLC made me love it even more.
Top. Me, in this case. And I'm adding as number 5.5 the
Okay, yeah, he's including it at 5.5 because it's not a full game, it's a DLC.
best expansion I played this year, Lies of P Overture. In the years since Lies of P's release, the game has only
love
grown
Lies
in
of
my
P.
regard. It is easily
I
the
love
best
it.
non-FromSoft game made in their signature style.
I'm bad at any Souls-like games, so I don't play them. Souls games are like my favorite genre. They're the only genre, I'm not going to say I'm incredible at them or really good at them, but they're the only genre of game where I can feel myself getting better at them. I am bad at every single fucking game on this planet. I am okay at Souls games. and I used to be really terrible at them. I'm okay at them now. And it's the only genre I can say that for, that I can feel myself improving when I play them. And I love them. I love Souls games. I love them so much. They're my favorite genre.
It is easy.
Liza P, I like more than every single actual FromSoft Souls game other than Bloodborne. Which is crazy to say, but I mean it. I truly mean it. I love Liza P. I've played through it like 5 or 6 times. 5 times. I don't think I finished my 6th run. I was working on it, and then I just started playing something else.
The best non-FromSoft game made in their signature style, and the one that most meaningfully expands on the established formula. And in the tradition of FromSoft, this year's generously sized expansion, Overture, represents an elevation of all the very best elements of that already phenomenal base game. Overture's environments just rock. A zoo overrun by mutant animals, a decrepit carnival with mechanical carnies still going through the motions. Its bosses are grotesque and wonderful. The first is a particular highlight in which midway through a fight with an elephant carcass, a sort of giraffe neck bursts out of its skull. The new weapons are all a blast.
Put
like
me
a
down,
rocket
that's
spear
crazy.
That will physically propel you through each level. And after I somewhat dismissed the base game's narrative, Overture managed to make me sit up and pay attention to that story again. You're not just a Souls-like to me, Lies of P. You're a real boy.
You're a real boy. I think Maximilian, dude, put it perfectly, where Liza P is so good that it doesn't feel like a Souls-like. It just feels like an actual Souls game. Calling it a Souls-like is a disservice to it, because it is better than a lot of FromSoft Souls games.
Overrated
it is just a
values
Souls
in
game.
games.
It's not really a
And
Souls-like.
I get the appeal. My whole game should be good, you might say. I want every aspect of the story to work. I want to create a cohesive experience. And to that, I respond...
Let me finish this video. No.
Death Stranding 2.
Oh my goodness.
Death Stranding 2 stumbles as often as its protagonist. The early stages of the game are easy enough to be uninteresting. The story, though as exposition-laden as ever, struggles to introduce enthralling concepts. Death Stranding 1's thematically resonant, de-emphasized combat
I am really sad I
has
didn't
been
get it in the sport ball. I was
non-lethal
just...
heavy machine guns
I wasn't
and rocket
thinking.
launchers. And yet, when Death Stranding 2 works, it works like nothing else. Much of this is due to the staggering art direction and world design, cresting a hill and walking
I've
down.
never played either of the Death Stranding games. I own the first one, but then I found out like the day the game came out, and I started seeing, because I pre-ordered it, so I got the game in the mail, and I started seeing like footage of people playing the game and it being 99% just walking and delivering packages, and I could never bring myself to actually play it. Walking sim, yeah. I was really excited for it based on the trailers. And the day the game came out, that's probably the most disappointed I've been in a game's release. I was so disappointed, I've never played the game. It's just sitting on my shelf collecting dust.
Into a green
Not for
valley,
me, yeah.
wandering along a shoreline.
And it's crazy, because none of the trailers conveyed that. That's the reason Death Stranding kind of went down as a disappointment for most people. The trailers were super misleading. Like, if they were clear about what the game was, I probably never would have even pre-ordered it. But I pre-ordered it, I got the game in the mail, I came home, I picked it up, but I had already seen gameplay clips before I got home, so I already knew when I got home and opened that package and saw it that it was not something that I would want to play. And none of the trailers showed that shit, which is the worst part. Is that Kojima purposely made like misleading trailers. And he did the same for the second game. Like, the second game definitely was a bit more honest about the gameplay. The second game definitely showed a lot more walking in the trailers. But it was still definitely trying to mislead you, just like the first game. I don't know why he did that. It was really weird. It kind of, ever since then, I've kind of had a sour taste in my mouth towards Kojima, because it's like he purposely made misleading trailers for Death Stranding to like hide what the game was. Like that, I don't like that. I really don't like that.
Seeing long abandoned apartments sunk into the riverbed. My favorite moments of the game, in all likelihood my favorite gaming moments of the year, all took place on the massive mountain in the center of the map. On the first hike up the mountain, my vehicles ran out of charge, my canteen ran out of water, my Sam Porter Bridges laboriously pulled himself one footstep after another up the barren and snowy expanse, pausing to huddle in the corner of an unpowered shelter in a bivouac and regain even a trickle of stamina. And then, later, I returned to that mountain, determined to reach the summit, scrambling over a ridge to find the moon at 100 times its normal size, staring right back at me. Death Stranding 2 is, for me, made out of these moments, this attention to minutia, the strangely cozy feeling of picking up a crate and throwing it in the back of your truck without having to navigate a menu, the hidden nightmares that may or may not occur anytime you're on board the Magellan, the way Sam hops from one side of an incline to the other when you're walking on an uneven surface, the song on the soundtrack that goes absolutely nutso and only plays when you're in the easily missed VR missions. The experience of a Kojima game is watching a multi-million-dollar cutscene completely whiff on an emotional beat, only to minutes later get bowled over by a much more subtle, much more nuanced beat that was somehow landed perfectly. Low roar starts playing, and all is forgiven. Keep on keeping on. Time is a mechanic explored by many games, but none have done it in quite the way Despelote does. Set in Quito, Ecuador during the country's
I've heard
2002
really good
World
things
Cup
about this
qualification,
game.
Despelote is freezing time for an entire city,
It
capturing
looks-
the moment in amber when every person,
It hurts my eyes to
conversation,
look at,
and
though.
TV program
I'm not gonna
was
lie.
laser focused on the same dream. And Despelote is also about
I can't
being a
look at it,
child.
dude.
So lazy afternoons wandering
But
the
I've heard good
neighborhood feel
things.
endless until you start trying to kick that can off a roof and realize that you're already late to pick up your sister. Time is core to Despelote's design. The timing of the
gonna
conversations
be a
in the
nerd
game,
now.
for instance, which feature some of the most naturalistic, overlapping dialogue
If you're
I've
still
seen
alive,
in
I'll be
media.
back. Okay.
Or in the time remaining in a football game before halftime, or the way time takes memories of 2002 and distorts them, painting them with a palette that can't be perfectly recreated. Despelote is a singular creation about a single moment
Roll
in
dice,
time.
cast spells.
And it's about
Imagine.
all the moments that come
Have fun,
after,
have fun.
too. Look, I try to have good segues for
Excuse-
this stuff, but it always feels a little forced, and so I'm just going to say it. I got a book published this year.
That
and it's
emo.
really cool,
What
and
about
I'm
it?
Really proud
She's
of it.
saying
How a
yeah.
Game
She's
Lives
nodding.
is the book, and you can now get the retail edition in your local bookstores.
She's just
Ask your
agreeing.
local library to stock it or order it online. And somehow, I'm also already working on the next one. That one is called You're Not Overthinking It. You can pre-order it from the publisher right now. Links to both in the description. I'm an author now, maybe. It's pretty surreal. There are a number
need that
of
second
impossible
book.
tricks that Consume Me performs. For instance, the whole game is based around the trick of crafting a narrative about an eating disorder out of genuinely fun WarioWare-style minigames without downplaying the severity of the core issue. Or the trick of an art style that looks incredibly rudimentary and yet is so funny and delightful that even doing repeated tasks is a thrill because you get to see that amazing animation of watering the houseplant one more time. Or the trick of depicting how something can affect your life without being your whole life, how joy and whimsy and growth can happen alongside pain and self-destruction, because that's just high school, baby. Consume Me is a hard game to recommend, not because it's hard to play. It's hard to recommend for the opposite reason, that it seems beyond belief that a game about the worst elements of adolescence could be so effortlessly charming and warm. And maybe what I admire most about Consume Me is its commitment to autobiography makes it a game about so much more than its core premise. How when playing it, you're not just exposed to a march of disordered eating, but a person whose problems don't resolve easily and whose coping mechanisms don't always align with our own, and whose self-image is still grappling with how her past affects her present. This is one of the year's games I've thought most about after finishing it. I hope, Consume Me will become a touch point for memoir-style games in the future, full to bursting with every element of the human experience. In working with MinMax, I've gotten a chance to play more review copies of games, getting a code a few days or weeks before something comes out. And usually I think no more than, oh neat, a chance to get a jump on this game. But this year, I had an experience I've never had before. Playing a game before release and thinking, what is happening? Am I insane? Is this one of the best games I've ever played? Does anyone else feel this way? And that game was Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. Oh.
Clair Obscur. She's nutting, not nodding. No, she's nodding. Anyways. I remember the first reveal of Clair Obscur, where a lot of people immediately wrote it off because they saw it was turn-based. And I was in love because I saw it was turn-based. The first comparison I made in my mind with it being the super stylized, crazy-looking turn-based game was, this looks like it's inspired by Persona or like Atlas games. This is turn-based. This looks incredible. When I heard Ben Starr's voice, when I saw the aesthetic of the game, when I heard the music, when I saw that it was turn-based, I knew it would be one of my favorite games of all time. I knew I would love it. I knew it would be beautiful. I knew it would be fantastic. And I praised that game. I tried to get people interested in it for fucking months, man. For months. I was constantly showing that trailer on my stream. Every time a new person came in, I was like, please, you don't have to watch me play it when it comes out. You don't have to. Just please play this game. Look into it, please. I would be begging people. I showed that trailer dozens of times on this stream. I was trying to hype it up using the voice actors that they got. Ben Starr, Charlie Cox, Andy Serkis, Jennifer English. I was doing everything I could to get anyone else to be interested in this game because it felt like I was the only one. So when he says, does anyone else love this the way I love this? I understand that completely, because until that game came out, that is how I felt. And when that game came out, and now it being the objectively biggest game of the year, one of the biggest games of all time, the most awarded game of all time at the Game Awards, I couldn't be happier. Because this game went from being the super niche game that I was having to convince people to give a fuck about to being a worldwide phenomenon. I was having to convince people to even know what the game was. People would leave stream when I was trying to show them trailers of the game. And a part of me wonders, to this day, because of how many people I tried to show this game, if somewhere out there there's those people that came into my chat for that one day that they were here. I wonder if they remember where they heard about Clair Obscur for the first time. Because I was pushing that game so much before it came out. And now everybody knows about it. Everybody.
Was Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. Oh boy. Look, I have already spoken at extreme length about this game. I wrote an essay about it. I discussed it on Nebula with a bunch of other essayists. Over with MinMax, we did an 8-hour deepest dive on the game, and somehow that doesn't feel like overkill. This sounds reductive. This is reductive. But the game feels like it deserves this level of analysis because nothing within Clair Obscur feels default, implemented simply because this is what games do. Every character feels purposeful in the story. The skills of each party member work as individuals and as a part of a larger group. The overworld is directed enough that you always know where to go, yet open enough that exploration and stubbornness can result in a delightfully earned sense of overpoweredness. And yes, turn-based combat designed by a Sekiro speedrunner does sound like someone created a game specifically for me, but what can you say? Sometimes you just get lucky. It's also hard to believe that Clair Obscur can introduce a story so full of concepts and proper nouns and make them so immediately meaningful. I've played lots of video games before. You have to earn me caring about your lore, and yet here, I do. Because it so immediately grounds these concepts and proper nouns in people, in unignorable metaphor and meaning. And
Sorry, I was
unlike
just making
so
sure my
many
Switch doesn't
games
turn
with
off.
concepts and proper nouns, which start out feeling like they'll be about something, and end up only being about themselves.
Man, I really
Clair
didn't want that
Obscur
Pokemon in a
manages to
Master
hold
Ball, but
both
it was
at
either
once.
that or...
This is our modern Majora's Mask, a game I predict we will collectively return to again and again because our need for art about grief will never disappear. Clair Obscur doesn't need to convince us to care about its lore. Clair Obscur has sculpted its lore around the most core of human emotions. It is a story about the meaning of stories, art about the power of art. It's just the fucking best.
It's just the fucking best.
Is there something better? Something better than the fucking best? I'll tell you, I'm just not sure. I know it'd be a cop-out to award a tie to a #1 spot, and I'm not doing that. But this choice is tearing me apart, man. On one side is the radiance, the feeling, and the choices of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and on the other side is Hollow Knight Silksong. Part of that divide.
That divide has been eating away at me the entire year. For me, it's the opposite, though. Whereby literally fractions of fractions and purely just based off of personal attachment, Clair Obscur wins over Silksong by a hair. But I love everything about Silksong in the same way I love everything about Clair Obscur. I would rank the games equally in terms of how much I love them. It's really hard. It's really hard.
The feeling and the choices of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and on the other side is Hollow Knight Silksong. Part of that divide is how the game's brilliance presents themselves. Clair Obscur is something that is immediately, wonderfully impressive. The opening cutscenes are huge and dramatic, the combat is instantly cool looking, it presents itself all at once as something you should be paying attention to because this story will do things. And then it does. And upon replay, maybe those big moments hit a little less hard and the combat is a little more repetitive, but there's still enough foreshadowing and character work that you stay interested for maybe a whole second loop through the game. This is not how Silksong feels. Silksong starts like a lovely, polished follow-up in a genre we're all familiar with. And the ways it begins to differentiate itself, its shocking difficulty, its lower key, more cohesive world design, don't cause the same big reactions as a cutscene-heavy, dramatically acted adventure. Your first playthrough of Silksong, though hopefully full of wonder and discovery, may be something you drag yourself through, each checkpoint claimed in spite of the game working so hard against you. And then, you might start it again. Something pulls you back to see if maybe you've improved at all, or to test if you can navigate the world more quickly, or maybe it just feels weird that you didn't love it quite as much as Hollow Knight. And you start playing again, and suddenly every frustration has been replaced with just the most gorgeous game design. Every fight feels like a dance. The world is so artfully stitched together. Hornet seems to move at the speed of thought. Every boss is tuned just right, lightning fast, but still allowing for self-expression within your moveset. And when you're not dragging yourself along, you think about the thematic relevance of the idea that you once did drag yourself along, and the game becomes about perseverance and mastery in the same way that some of the most important games to me are about perseverance and mastery. Silksong has so much faith in you, the player, that the simple act of playing it, not watching a cutscene, not reading its lore, but just playing it, is a moving experience. It is remarkable that someone would build a game like this and trust us to see the grand vision holding it together, but I have. And I did. There's something I want to tell you about the video you're watching right now, and that is, that it's the 100th proper video on this channel, the 100th essay I've made. My first essay was published on October 23rd, 2018. It has been 2,606 days between then and now. Between then and now, I've quit my day job. I have paid for my own health insurance. I have lived in 3 different houses. I have turned 30. I have got married. I've written, I'm going to say, probably around 500,000 words. I've spoken to you here and on podcasts in Boston, Oslo, and Brazil, through a written book and from my local library. And for 5 of those 7 years, I've also been working with Nebula. Wait, yes, this is kind of a sponsor, but I promise it'll be worth your time. I'm not just selling you something. My first video working with Nebula was the one on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2
What the hell
in
is
June
that?
of 2020. Since then, they have been the sponsor of nearly every essay I've made. On Nebula, I just have fun. I've made cooking videos with my then girlfriend, now wife. I've done essays on stuff not heavy enough for the main channel. Somehow, I've released even more writing about Resident Evil 4. This job, for me, falls in that magical spot of something I didn't know existed and yet simultaneously seems like the thing I've been training my whole life to do. I love working on this stuff. I love writing. I love being directed by my passions. And so often, in passion-led places like this, the love for the work is undercut by the exhaustion of everything surrounding it. A contract screws you over. Someone just forgets to pay you for 18 months. It is genuinely a miracle that I have never felt that with Nebula. In fact, this December, the whole damn website just decided we don't need to be charging this much. We can actually be less than $3 a month because that is just a better price. It'll let more people in the door. This December, like the past 3 Decembers, I've made a big ol' companion to my year-end video. Over on Nebula, you can see me chatting about my favorite books of the year, my favorite movies, games that just didn't make the cut. It's great, it's fun, it's a chance for me to tell you about my obsessions so they can become yours too. It and all my other essays and everyone's other essays on Nebula can be yours for just $30 a year with my link in the description. And whether you sign up for Nebula or not, I want to thank you for being here, for watching these
You're
videos,
welcome.
for allowing me to do this thing that I do. To the people
I
who
love
have been
Jacob
here
Geller's
since my very
essays.
first
They're
video
so
on Night in
good.
the Woods and Tacoma and workers' rights, to the people who found me this year, maybe through this video, to the friends I've made, the
What
people
did I
I've
find
connected
him
with,
through?
the people who have been moderating.
Well, I'd have to look. I'd have to look. What did I find you from? Genuinely think it was a very early video. I think it was the Edith Finch video. I played Edith Finch, and I tried to find a video essay for it, and I think it was this. I don't think I watched it the year it came out, 7 years ago, but I think that might have been one of the videos I found him from. It might have also been, because I don't remember. No, I remember it was this one. The decade-long quest for Shadow of the Colossus's last secret. It was this one, 6 years ago. And then I must have watched the Edith Finch one shortly after that. I watched all of these by now, but yeah, this was the first one, 6 years ago. And then like I watched this literally when it came out, like a couple days after it came out. Then I binge watched the rest of these. And then I've been watching every single upload as it's come out since then. One of my favorite ones, where is it? Oh, Pinocchio's a story about art and God. That one's really good. Revengeance is Immortal is incredible. Fear of Cold is one of my favorite ones. That might be... I think it's his most viewed one. It's up there. Popular. Yeah, Fear of Cold. That's his most viewed one. It's one of his best. It's really fucking good. Really good. He has a he alluded to it in that video doing research on the Nuremberg trials. He has a Nuremberg video from 4 months ago. It's actually really good. Damn, the Claire Obscure video didn't get as much views as his other ones. Never mind, it did. I guess his gaming videos just get less views than like his general essays like this. I thought it was the opposite, that his gaming ones got more. Damn, the Liza P one did incredible. That makes me very happy, because Liza P is one of my favorite things ever. I'll always love Liza P.
Getting a Discord server for more than half a decade. To everyone who's ever stopped me to say hi in public, this job could be a very lonely, very isolated thing. But it doesn't feel like that because of you. So
Yay!
Now, if you'll permit me a second wildly self-indulgent montage, here is every one of those 100 videos alongside every single one of you who has ever given me a single dollar on Patreon. Your support means more than you could ever know.
Dude, rest in peace the names that were at this part right here. Rest in peace the names that are like scrolling by on the side on this part. Gone forever. Never to be seen. We're in the B's and the C's and the D's. Still so much more. God, that Sekiro video is so good too. Ugh. I've loved that Sekiro video since before I've even played Sekiro. It was like... Dude, this video, Revengeance is Immortal, I've watched it so many times and I've never played Revengeance. It's just really good. It's a really good video. Dude, the Soma video, oh my god. What is he doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. I'm sorry, I'm still sad I didn't get that Pokemon in the Sport Ball. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about it, man. I can't. What else was I supposed to do, though? I couldn't have saved there. It was either I let the game... I had to reload the game. It was either I reload the game and try to get the shiny again a second time to get my Sport Ball back, or I caught it in the Master Ball. Those are my only two options. And I hate that those are my only two options. I'm so depressed about it still. Awesome! Awesome! Happy face! Awesome video. Wanna know what's also awesome? Pokemon. Pokemon. And specifically when I get a shiny legendary Pokemon. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, I think. Da 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 da. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, huh? It really is. It'd be even more awesome if it was in the right ball. Look at it though, that's so cute. You'd be so cute in a sports ball. You know that, right? Look at it go. Look at it. Look at it! Are you looking? Technically, I don't have any of them in a Master Ball, so it is technically still a unique ball. I just hope something like that doesn't happen with the other two. 4. Forgot about the Latios and Latias. Anyways. Now what? Now I grind for more. Now I grind for more points. That's the now what. That's it. Now I do it again. And hope the next one is Caldeo, so I don't have to shiny hunt the next one. Alright, I'm gonna do 4-star zone, 4-star medium zones, and try to get some berries. So I can get more shiny donuts for the rest of the shinies I need. Dude, I'm very happy I got it. But I'm not gonna lie, it being in a Master Ball is gonna eat away at me forever. In a similar way that these two and this one being in the wrong balls also eats away at me. But it's okay. It's okay. I just need to stop being dramatic. It's shiny. I should be happy with it. I am. But there's like a part of me that's like, it's not perfect, you know? It could have been perfect! Sorry, I'm weird. I'm weird about this shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So we want item power berries, yeah. Check the 4-star ones first, because if I have a 4-star one that gives me berries, I'll use that first. Treasure, no, that's useless. Berries level 1, useless. Pokeballs, useless. Okay. Berries level 3. Yes. Yes. Three species of Pokemon use the catch window. Okay. Oh wait, I need to use the catch window. My bad. Hey, stop that. Let's just go up to the roof. The ground floor is like blocked off 2 different ways. I can't go anywhere. What the hell? Was everything blocked off right now? Leave me alone, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. What the hell? Zeraora's gonna fucking die. Oh no. Nothing? Oh wait, there's something. Why am I still in combat? Oh wait. I still mimic you on my team. Go away. Go away, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Hmm. Oh, big ball up there. Need the bonus ball. Where is this bonus ball? Oh. Hello. It's good to see ya. I think that's it. I think that's all I can do in this zone. Alright, let's leave. Let me out of here! Big balls, 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 big, big nuts. Big nut stick and balls and cock. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Okay, sorry. I had to respond to some messages. Hopefully we got some good berries from that. I hope. Looks like we did. Lots of berries. Lots and lots of berries. Good. Should I get more berries? I feel like I might. Alright, give me a second. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Someone knocked on my door and I had to go talk to them. What time is it? It's already 11. I will get to 25,000. Then I'm probably gonna call it. So we gotta do 2 boss battles for that. Because we need 20k exactly, I think. Well, not exactly, but might as well be exactly. So we're gonna do 2 of the boss battles for this. Remember at the start, the gambler and the monk played cards. Okay. Let's do this one. Remember at the start, the gambler and the monk played cards. Do do da do 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 do. Forget what this guy's weak to. I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. Fighting. Anything else? Everything that he has. Except extreme speed. He's gonna die! Oh my god! Oh my god. Wait, that's right. I have Lucario Z. This is not going to be ideal. Whatever. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Not ideal at all. What's up with the tiny ones? Okay, what the hell? That was just an insta-kill? Alright, so we're doing bullshit. I see. We're bullshitting. Hate that. Oh, I should just be using you. What the fuck? He's weak to everything you got. What the hell was I doing? Oh my god. Holy moly. God damn, girl. You're gonna fucking kill me. Alright, buddy. Easy fight. Easy, easy fight. Should've just used Ray from the beginning. What was I doing? What was I doing? Okay. Punch. Remember at the start, the gambler and the monk played cards. I listened to all 3 New Albion albums at work today. Cause I'm a fucking nerd. Dude, I don't know how I'm ever gonna like show the second or third one and like make them seem cool and interesting. Because to me they're cool and interesting. But if I take a step back away from like my biases and like the vision of how like the story looks in my head when I'm listening to the songs, that guy's been in there for months. And try to imagine like what someone who has no idea what New Albion is would think of the story, I can't help but feel like it would just be negative. I don't know. Even the first one, it's like, when I was done showing it on stream, I feel like I never got across why it's interesting and why it's cool to me. Why I like the story. Okay. Who's that? It's Slowbro, I think? So I'll have to bring in my Meganium. Take my Leafeon off my team for a second. Because I need to be able to Mega Evolve. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. Then after this we'll be at 25,000 again. Then we can do another special research. Awesome. Okay, we got... Mega Power Conservation. Could do this. And it is only berries level 1, so it's not like I'm wasting like a good berries thing. Berries level 1 is largely pointless. Because the amount of berries it increases that you get is like, I don't even notice it. Yo. Hello. Leaf Blade. Stop it. Go! Youch! Oh my goodness. Hold up. No, 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 no. Come on, just half a second more. There we go. Yeah! Easy. Easy fight. I feel like as long as you don't get the Heatran one, the boss fights go by pretty fast. The Heatran one is scaled so differently because he's a legendary, so he does way more damage and has way more health. So if you get the Heatran one, you're better off just using a 1-star donut, going in there, letting it kill you, and so that way you can reset the boss and get a different one. Because it just takes too long. It's not worth the only 10,000 points it gives you. You might as well just let it kill you, get a different boss, and yeah. Alright, let's see what we get for our special search. Hopefully something cool. I'm hoping for what's its name? Caldeo, the horse. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Because other than that, the only ones that are left are the Latios Latias and the other 2 Swords of Justice. I forget their names. I always have to like look at their names to remember, to remind myself which one's which. Okay. Please be something good. Please be something good. Please be something good. Oh shit! It's an unknown one. We got something good. I don't know what it's gonna be, but oh boy. It's something good. Alright. I'm gonna save, and then we're gonna go check what it is. I have to go pee real quick. Give me like 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Cool. Oh god. Oh god. Is that in the wild zone? fun is this gonna be? Huh. I hope it's Caldeo. I don't want to do another shiny hunt. The other one only took 2 hours, but I might not be as lucky with the next one. Is it in there? I think it's inside. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's pretty lucky though. Back-to-back unknown hyperspaces. Okay, so we're just gonna use a random one just to figure out what it is. So just put on a random donut because we're gonna end up reloading anyways and using the backup save. Because I'm just gonna go in there, check what it is. Unless it's Caldeo. Caldeo I don't need to exit out for. If it's Caldeo, we're just gonna catch it. Let's see, what is that? Latias, okay. Is Latias the harder one or the easy one? There's one that's easy because it's by an elevator. There's one that's hard. I don't remember which it is. I need to establish a route too to get there in as little time as possible. Okay, well it's not this way. They're both on the roofs somewhere. I just don't remember how to get to the roofs. Okay, there's a ladder here. It's probably not the best route, but again, that's why we're going in and looking around. Trying to establish a route. This isn't connected to any of the roofs. Okay, so that's useless. I forget which one is which. I don't remember. I could probably check the Pokedex. Number seen. Latios is the blue one. Latias is the harder one, I'm pretty sure. Shit. I don't know the route for it, but it is the harder one. It's the one that you can't just use the elevator for. I don't remember how to find it, though. I did watch the video yesterday, but maybe up this ladder? Go up this ladder. And then it's right there, yeah, so you want to go in here, go up the ladder, and then what you want to do is like you want to run back and forth on this rooftop here, and it spawns it in and out. You want to like touch that corner without going up there. Yeah, this is the harder one. So I want to run straight to this ladder. This is the one I want more though, because it becomes yellow or orange, one of the two, either way. And I'm pretty sure Latias is the girl one. So you want to go up this ladder, you want to come to this rooftop, and you want to save like right here on this corner, and then run back and forth from over here on this roof where it will despawn. Like right around this grass. You want to go right to this grass. And then up to this corner. Over and over. So that's the route. We do already have a donut ready for this one. So that's fun. That's fun, fun, fun. It's a psychic donut, and both Latias and Latios are psychic, so... It'll work for Latias, and then we'll need to make another one for Latios in the future. But let's go to our backup. Excuse me. Let me just bring up a video and double check. If I have the right route and stuff. Videos for Austin John.
3 of these.
Sorry.
Actually a lot easier because you can see Latias's despawn and respawn rate. If you determine that you have Latias and not Latios, well, your donut is going to be the same, which is just going to be the same psychic or dragon sparkling donut. And then your strategy is going to be a little bit easier. For me specifically, I found this route of making my way on this rooftop piece and then stopping at this, I'm just going to call it the northeast corner, all the way off to the side, and then just starting to run back. As I run back, I know that Latias is going to be respawning for me, and I don't actually need to wait there or anything else. You also don't need to step up on like that little half step of a roof, just because that's just going to be an additional waste of time. I'm just going to aim for this bottom corner, pretty much inside of this bush, because that's going to put me at the distance more times than not for Latias to despawn. Now there's a chance that she's going to drift lazily toward you, and you need to go ever so slightly, you know, more, we'll call it west. But other than that, you are going to be fine just doing this lap over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that now makes, you know, the distance step of a at root of aim, which is just because you can see Latias's despawn and respawn rate. If you determine that you have Latias and not Latios, well, you're done.
Okay. I see where he goes. Okay. So I have the route. I just need to now execute it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Fun. Hopefully this one doesn't... What we looking for now? I got another one. It's a Latias, which is not shiny locked. So we're back to shiny hunting. Alright, so... Psychic, yeah, we want the psychic one. Alpha power 3, we, that might be annoying. Hopefully that doesn't get us killed. Stop? What did I do? I'm not doing that. I would never do that. That's gay. Let's see. Okay, so do I have a cool Pokeball for it? It's like yellowish, orangish. I don't know, I'm colorblind. So maybe fastball or level ball. I'm thinking level ball. I don't think I have a legendary in a level ball. I have a couple that are in fast balls, so I'm thinking level ball. And if I fuck it up, again, obviously I have master balls to fall back on. Hopefully I don't fuck it up this time, though. Okay, run, run, run. Dude, look at all the alphas that spawn with Alpha Power 3. Crazy. Stop eating my ass! Leave me alone, I'm gonna die! Oh my god. Stop getting aggroed. I need to clear out all of these fuckers before I can even start. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, cool. Yeah, these alphas are gonna make this, like, impossible. What the fuck? What do I do? What do I do? What the fuck do I do? They hungry? No! No, they're not. How are they still psychicking me? I'm nowhere near them. No hungry. No, they're not allowed to be hungry. I'm taking away their food rights. They're not allowed to have food. Okay, de-aggro, 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 please, de-aggro, please, de-aggro, please, de-aggro. Please just de-aggro. Why are you still following me? De-aggro, you motherfucker! I'm so far away from your spawn. I am so far away from your spawn. De-aggro! I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm crashing out. Go away, go away, go away. Go away, go away, go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. What are you doing? Why are you up here? This is nowhere near your spawn. Why are you up here? Why are you up here? Why the fuck are you up here? Why the actual fuck are you up here? Why are you up here still? Go away! Go to your spawn! Go! Go! Go away! Go away! Go away! I have to reload. I'm losing so much time. I literally, like, what the fuck? It is 100 miles away from its spawn. Its spawn is all the way on the fucking ground. It followed me all the way up to the roof to a different building. What the fuck are you doing? I've never had a Pokemon follow me that far and stay aggroed. They're supposed to lose aggro after a certain range. What the fuck are you doing? It just made me so mad. It will be okay. No! This is gonna be impossible with these fucking alphas. I just need, all I need is to get my save point up there. That's all I need. If I get my save point up there, I'm chilling, dude. I'm literally chilling. But I can't save if they're mad. Okay, right here. Save. That's all I need to do. Now I run to this corner. Run over here. To these bushes. And I just do this. This is all I do. And I watch the Latias over there. And that's it. That's all I do. Dude, yeah, I'm gonna die. Like, I can't even get close enough to spawn it. Yeah, I can't do this. I think I need to, like, get a different donut without the alpha thing. I can't do this. This is impossible. I'm gonna do a backup, I'm gonna make a different donut and just keep resetting with that donut to try to get a different psychic one. This psychic one that I currently have will work for Latios. Latios's is super easy because there's no enemies near it. It's just an elevator and you spam go up the elevator over and over. Yeah, I need a new donut. Fucking hell. I need a new donut. I can't do it with the alphas. Because the thing is, the alphas make it so passive Pokemon will still attack you. If a Pokemon's an alpha, they'll still attack you, even if they're normally a passive Pokemon. So I'm surrounded by all these Pokemon that are supposed to be passive, but they're not passive. The only Pokemon up there that's supposed to be hostile, like actively, are the Noivern. The rest of them are supposed to either be timid or passive. But nope. I need a new donut. If it was like the one I did before where it was like 1 or 2 alphas spawning in, whatever. But I have alpha power 3 on that donut, so almost everything is a fucking alpha. Too late to clip. Nom nom nom. Snacking on peanut butter cookies. I gotta do at least 2 of these. Yeah. What is your favorite? Awesome. Poop. Bake some tomorrow for a work party? Awesome. Ah, shit. I always do that, man. I'm so dumb. There needs to be like 7 layers of confirmation to prevent me from doing that. I swear to God. No. Nobody would ever tell me that because it's a lie and lying is bad. Dumb? That's me. I'm widowy dumb. Widowy. Not a lie? That's a lie. You just lied again. Sippies? What do you mean? I could do this. Yeah, that's good enough. I would never. You can't say you'd never lie and then lie. Dude, why am I like this? I bet you do tippy tappies? What does that mean? I don't know what any. I'm not lying. The lies just continue. They keep going. Once you start, you can't stop. Get fried? I'm fine. What do you mean? I've never been better. Frick. That rock one I'm gonna need later, though. Make another one. Make another one. I'm still gonna reload, even though that rock one would be helpful later, but dancing in your chair, tapping your feet while you're eating cookies. Well, my feet are always moving, just, I don't know. That's just, they're moving despite the cookies. I'm never not moving my legs. They're always moving and bouncing and wiggling and shaking and I don't know. I don't even think about it. I don't notice it. Dude, I'm dumb. I'm gonna eat chapstick. Was that a burp turn growl? Nope. I did it again. I should be lobotomized. Take my hands off my fucking controller for once in my goddamn life. Lobotomies. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Just for me. Just one time. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a lobotomy. Those are not cute gremlin noises. Those sound like a fat ogre burping. Burping away. What do you mean, no? Oh, me first for the lobot? No, you don't get a lobotomy. That's mine. It's my idea. I came up with it, so I get it. I get the lobotomy. That one was a burp. Why not? He's mine. He's mine. This way. It's mine. Yeah, I get lobotomy and guillotine. They're both mine. Obviously. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. Don't know how people are sleeping. They're not. They're watching bigger, better streamers who got like entertaining jokes and stuff. If no brain, I have a brain. I have like at least 5% of a brain. At least. And it does a lot of thinking. It does so much thinking and so much. More than you could ever know. More than you could ever know. Doobie doo ba ba boo bow. Ugh, imagine. Give me Sparkling 3 for Dragon or Psychic. Happy face. Fuck you. Dragon or Psychic? Not what I wanted. New favorite streamer? Who else is on that list? You need more people to be on that list then. I should be nowhere near the top. What the heck? I shouldn't be within the top 1,000. I shouldn't be within the top 10,000. Watch more streamers. Your list is too small if that's the case. I did it again. End my life. Need to stop holding my controller when the title screen pops up. Else my thumb will just press the button. Beat out. That's nobody should ever beat out Queso. That's crazy. What the hell? What the fuck? I'm telling Queso. I'm telling on you. What the hell? Nope. 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 Or else what? Can't threaten me. The hell? What the hell? What the hell? It's not allowed. Holy sh! Oh, but it has alpha power. But holy shit! Sparkling power all types? I've never seen all types before. Hold up. Okay, I'm saving that one. What do you mean? I mean what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean what I mean. What do you mean? Still better than Alpha 3. It had Alpha 2. This is pretty bad. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, it's almost perfect. It was almost Dragon 3. You need a donate button. No, I don't have one for that reason. I don't want people to give me money. No money. Don't give me money. No. I don't deserve it. No. Because if nobody's getting anything in return for their money, I feel bad about getting money. No! No! What the heck? I'm a wild animal. I can't be caged? What the fuck? You can be accosted. You can be yelled at. I dropped my pen. I was fidgeting with that. Come back. It's back. This is peak entertainment. I'm sitting here loading up a game, closing the game. This is not peak entertainment. You can like watch good Pokemon content. Not someone having a fucking schizo breakdown at almost midnight. I did it again. At almost midnight. Definition of insanity is what you're watching. But thank you for the 1,000 bits. It's too many. You should like give 0, I think. If anything, I should give away bits. I should be given the bits. That's how we're getting paid back. No. Like someone subbing. I did it again. I should like actually die. That's one thing, because then they get emotes and stuff. But everything else. It's too much. That's why I need a dono button. That's even worse, because then you really get nothing. At least with bits, there's technically bits emotes. Don't give Twitch your monies. I don't deserve monies. People should keep their monies to pay bills or buy food or toys for their cats or a cool shirt or that's about it. Why did I do that? Give you more monies? You don't give anyone monies. You keep the monies and you use the monies for yourself. Because you need the monies. No! Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you, but really, you don't need to. I bought toys. No, that's not buying me toys. I don't have any. No. I don't need toys. I'm good. I got Pokemon. I got Pokemon. That's all I need. But thank you. SMH. Could use that money on like a burger. You could have bought yourself a cheeseburger. What the hell? I don't want this donut. This one sucks. This donut also sucks. Helps. I don't need treats. I still got so many. I got. What do I got? I think I got Kit Kats still. I got granola bars. I got. No, I don't want a cheeseburger. You want a cheeseburger. You could have bought a cheeseburger with the money instead of giving it to me. That's what I'm saying. And for yourself, you could have bought food. You could have eaten food. I got Cheetos. I don't need more. I'm not hungry. Oh my goodness. No! I don't need a cheeseburger! I don't need a cheeseburger. Thank you though, but you buy yourself a cheeseburger. Buy 2. You could have bought 3 cheeseburgers. 3. Buy yourself a cheeseburger. My goodness. You need to spend your money more wisely, I promise. These are not good financial decisions. You want 3 cheese? No, I don't want 3 cheeseburgers. I'm saying you could have bought 3 cheeseburgers for yourself. That's what I'm saying. I don't want the cheeseburgers. I'm full. I'm full actually. No, but like I'm okay. I'm full. I've eaten enough. I'm just so full. I'm also dumb. Don't stop being dumb then. Stop making dumb financial decisions. No. Make good decisions. Good decisions. You need to donate to charity. Donate to the needy, the hungry. Yeah. Give the money to those people. Nod. Ba. Da. Come on. No! Is your name Charity? No, it's not. No! I am not a charity case. What the heck? Ah, almost Sparkling Dragon 3. Thank you again. I can't say thank you enough, but it truly, I mean it. I mean it, mean it. You can't be doing this. You can't be doing this. Ay. I'm not charity. This is exactly why I don't have a donation page. You told me donate to charity. I'm not a charity case. I'm not needy. I'm not hungry. I'm not going through famine. I'm not homeless. Yet. Oh my god, I did it again. I'm so dumb. Fox Rescue. I don't need to be rescued. I'm fine. I'm literally chilling. Oh my goodness. I'm literally chilling. I don't need treats or toys because I have so many treats and I have no need for toys. No need. All I need is virtual donuts and shiny Pokemon and my brain to fucking work and not press the A button when I'm on the title screen. Those are the only things I need. That's it. Punishment for not allowing... Now you're punishing me? That's not allowed. That's abuse, then. What the heck? We don't allow abusers. Animal abuse, human abuse, all bad. Child abuse, also bad. No abuse. Bold stance, I'm anti-abuse. I think abuse, it's kind of bad. Don't like it. Sparkling Power Dark, why can't it be Dragon? Why? Electric, why can't it be Dragon? What the fuck is wrong with you? Agreed. Glad you agree. Dude, this is... Why is this taking so long just to get a donut? What the fuck? All I need is psychic or dragon. I'm not picky. It can be either one. Burr, 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 burr. 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 All types level 3. Holy shit. Never mind. That's better than Psychic or Dragon. That's godlike. That's godlike. That's godlike. That's just, that's the best thing I could ever ask for. Okay. I have enough ingredients for one more donut. One more. One more, baby. One more. Ah, it's only level 1. Yeah, that meow, that wasn't me. There's an actual cat in the hall. That's part of the reason I keep meowing, is I hear it meow in the hall and then I meow back. Meow, meow, purr, meow. What the hell? There's a cat in the chat. What the hell? Ah, I broke my marker. Oopsie. Ripped the clip part of it right off. Oopsie. I fricked it up. I did it again. Because I'm so dumb. I need to be fucking indoctrinated with something. Fill my brain with lies. I'm gonna join a death cult. I know the perfect one. Wrong button. Wrong button. Would you rather me bark? I don't care what animal you embody. So demanding. I'm not demanding anybody of anything! I would never. I would never demand anything. What the hell? Now there's a dog. There's a whole zoo in my chat. The whole animal shelter got loose. Oh god. I'm not equipped to take care of multiple animals. I barely am mentally capable of taking care of myself. And now there's wild animals everywhere? Oh my god. They're all gonna starve to death. I don't got dog food. The dog's gonna die. Now there's a goose? Oh my god. I definitely can't take care of a goose. Found a new home? No! I don't have the papers. You are an unregistered animal. The shelter will take you away. Sparkling power ground. That's useless. Best find me an animal bed or pen or something? Nope. Mm-mm. You're sleeping on the cold floor and you're gonna like it. And I won't be turning the heater on. And if you complain, it's the back porch. Fine, that's crazy. Fine. Animal abuse is fine, I guess. Fine. What the hell? Sorry, I had to sneeze. Sparkling power fairy. Useless. Oh my god, it's after midnight. What am I doing? I need to go to bed soon. Uh-oh. I got work in the morning. I do got 3 days off later this week, though. You're gonna freeze? That sucks. After I get this third donut, I'll probably have to end because I got work in the morning. I'll do the shiny hunting tomorrow. Yeah. I do have 3 days off though later in the week because Christmas, and then 2 days after that. Why aren't I sleeping? I forgot. I forgot what time it was. And now I'm determined to get this donut. That, and I forgot stream died earlier, so I was looking at the uptime being only 4 hours, and I was like, oh, I haven't been live for that long. It must not be that late. Right. Right. Of course. Uh-huh. You're right. Took a long vacay. Sick. Sick. I mean, on Christmas I won't be here because family stuff. 27th I won't be here because family stuff. We're going to one half of the family on the 25th, the other half of the family 27th. But the 26th I don't work, so that's cool. That'll just be a day where I'm home. But I usually stream if I work anyways, like I did today, so. It won't affect stream, it just affects my energy, is all it affects. Because I stream anyways, because I got nothing better to do. I got nothing better to do. What you're saying is I better be here if you're streaming. What? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I stream pretty much every day because I got nothing better to do. I'm just communicating that. And if you want to be here, that's okay. But like, nobody needs to be here. Nobody. I'd be here regardless of if there were 0 viewers forever for the end of time. I'd still be here because it's like it's just the only thing I do. I don't really got much else that I do. Exact words. What do you mean? That's not what I said at all. Wow, just okay. What? Now you're confusing me. What the fuck? Donut. It would be okay. Yeah, it's fine. But like, you don't have to. That's what I'm communicating. Dude, just give me one more good donut so I can go to bed. Okay, this is the last attempt. I need to go to bed after this. It's way too late. I'll just make the donut tomorrow, first thing. Now contractually obligated. There's no contracts! No, you're not obligated for anything. No. No! I didn't sign a contract. So, I hate to break it to you. You might have got scamazed. Wasn't me. I think you signed away your identity to somebody else. Sold your soul to get you the shiny VIRIZION spawn? Why'd you do that? You shouldn't sell your soul. Whoever you sold it to, you might want to get it back, because that wasn't me. They have no affiliation with me. So you might have gotten scammed. You might want to go get your soul back. Just saying. Might need that. Okay, this is the last one. If it's not a good one, I'm just closing the game and I'll be back tomorrow. It's not a good one. Okay, well, I'll be back tomorrow. I have to go to bed. It's very late. Damn, got scammed. Unlucky. Unlucky. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow after I'm out of work. I work later for the next few days because the holidays are coming up, but then after that get a few days off. Won't be able to stream for most of those days off though because I won't be home for other holiday stuff. Have a good night. You too. Thank you for everything, all the bits and gifts and stuff I told you I don't need. But thank you. Thank you for hanging out as well. More shiny hunting tomorrow, I guess. Yippee! Hopefully it doesn't take 14 hours. Enjoyed the vibes. That's good. That's good. I'm just yapping. I don't really try to make the vibes a certain way at all. I just sit here and yap. I'd be yapping just the same if it was just me here. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you as always, and yeah. Good night. Until then.